Welcome to the Sleep Story Haven, your peaceful sanctuary where the whispers of ancient forests meet the gentle rhythm of moonlit shores. Here, time slows to the rhythm of your breathing. Worries dissolve like mist, and your mind finds the peace it's been seeking. Each story is crafted to guide you through enchanted landscapes and tranquil moments, designed to quiet your thoughts and prepare your spirit for deep, restorative sleep. So find your most comfortable position, close your eyes, and let tonight's gentle tale carry you to the peaceful dreams that await. Welcome to your sleep story haven. Take a deep breath and let our story begin. The ancient Library of Alexandria. Chapter 1: The Threshold of Wonder. Elena walked slowly through the gathering dusk, her footsteps soft against the worn cobblestones that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. The day had been long, filled with the usual urgencies and demands that left her mind spinning like autumn leaves caught in an endless wind. But now, as the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in gentle shades of amber and rose, she found herself drawn toward something she could not quite name. A calling that whispered of rest, of peace, of ancient wisdom waiting to embrace her weary spirit. The street she followed was unfamiliar, though she could not remember taking any turns that would have led her astray from her usual path home. The buildings on either side grew taller and more stately with each step, their facades adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to tell stories in languages she had never learned, yet somehow understood. Marble columns rose like gentle giants, supporting balconies where trailing vines cascaded in emerald waterfalls, their leaves rustling with a sound like distant laughter. As Elena continued her journey, the modern world seemed to fade away behind her like a half-remembered dream. The harsh edges of concrete and steel softened into something more organic, more alive. The air itself changed, becoming lighter and sweeter, carrying with it the scent of papyrus and ink, of cedar wood and myrrh, of gardens where roses bloomed eternal, and fountains sang their liquid songs to the stars. The cobblestones beneath her feet transformed gradually, becoming smoother, more polished, as if countless generations of seekers had walked this same path before her. Each stone seemed to hold within it the memory of every footstep, every breath, every whispered prayer for peace that had ever graced this sacred way. Elena felt her own breathing slow and deepen as she walked, her shoulders releasing tension she had not even realized she carried. Ahead of her, through the gathering twilight, she began to perceive the outline of something magnificent. At first, it appeared as merely a suggestion in the mist, a gentle geometry of lines and curves that spoke of human aspiration, reaching toward the divine. But with each step forward, the vision became clearer, more substantial, until Elena found herself standing before gates that defied both logic and time. The gates were wrought of bronze that had aged to a soft green patina, their surface covered with symbols and inscriptions that seemed to shift and flow like water in the flickering light of braziers that flanked the entrance. The flames danced without consuming, casting warm shadows that moved with the rhythm of a sleeping giant's breath. Between the metal bars, Elena could glimpse courtyards filled with fountains and gardens, terraces lined with columns that stretched upward into the star-scattered darkness. But it was not the architecture that called to her most powerfully. It was the light, a gentle, golden radiance that seemed to emanate from within the very walls themselves, pulsing with the steady rhythm of a heart at perfect rest. This was the light of knowledge preserved, of wisdom gathered from every corner of the ancient world and held safe through the turning of countless seasons. This was the light of the great Library of Alexandria, restored to its full glory in this mystical realm, where seekers could find the peace that eluded them in the waking world. Elena approached the gates with reverence, her hand reaching out to touch the warm bronze. The moment her fingertips made contact, the metal seemed to hum with life, sending gentle vibrations up her arm and into her heart. The gates swung open without resistance, as if they had been waiting for her arrival since the beginning of time. As she stepped across the threshold, Elena felt a profound shift in her being. The weight of her daily concerns seemed to dissolve like morning mist before the sun, leaving her feeling lighter, cleaner, renewed. The air within the library grounds carried with it the whisper of ancient voices, scholars and scribes, philosophers and poets, all those who had dedicated their lives to the preservation and sharing of human knowledge. The pathway before her was paved with stones of different colors: deep blue lapis lazuli, warm amber, soft rose quartz, and pure white marble, arranged in patterns that seemed to guide her feet towards some central destination. On either side of the path, gardens flourished with plants from every climate and culture. Olive trees heavy with silver-green fruit, date palms swaying in the gentle breeze, lotus blossoms floating in reflecting pools that caught and held the starlight like liquid diamonds. Elena walked slowly, allowing her senses to drink in every detail. The sound of water trickling over stone created a constant, soothing melody that seemed to synchronize with her heartbeat. Night-blooming jasmine released its sweet perfume into the air, while somewhere in the distance, the soft notes of a flute drifted on the breeze like a lullaby composed by the gods themselves. As she progressed deeper into the library complex, Elena began to see other figures moving through the gardens and along the colonnaded walkways. They appeared as gentle shadows at first, indistinct and dreamlike. But as her eyes adjusted to the mystical light, she could make out their forms more clearly. There was a woman in flowing robes who tended to a garden of herbs, her movements slow and meditative as she gathered leaves for some ancient remedy. An elderly man sat beneath a fig tree, his fingers tracing symbols in the sand, while he murmured words in a language that predated empires. None of these figures seemed to notice Elena's presence, and yet she felt embraced by their peaceful energy, included in their quiet communion with the timeless wisdom that permeated this sacred space. They were scholars and students, librarians and lovers of learning, all drawn to this mystical recreation of humanity's greatest repository of knowledge. The main building of the library rose before Elena like a temple dedicated to the pursuit of truth. Its walls were constructed of cream-colored limestone that seemed to glow with inner light, and its entrance was flanked by massive columns carved with hieroglyphs and symbols from dozens of ancient writing systems. Above the doorway, inscribed in letters of gold that caught and reflected the starlight, were words in ancient Greek that Elena somehow understood. The place of the cure of the soul. As she approached the entrance, Elena felt her breathing deepen even further. The tensions that had knotted her muscles began to unravel like ribbons in warm water. Her mind, which had been racing with 1,000 small anxieties of modern life, began to settle into a state of profound calm. The threshold of the library represented more than just a physical boundary. It was a passage between the world of striving and struggle and a realm of perfect peace. Elena paused at the entrance, her hand resting on the smooth wood of the door. Through the open archway, she could see the soft glow of countless oil lamps and candles illuminating vast halls lined with scrolls and codices. The air that drifted out to meet her carried the scent of ancient parchment and the subtle fragrance of the oils used to preserve the precious manuscripts within. She could hear, faintly, the sound of scribes at work, the gentle scratch of reed pens on papyrus, the soft whisper of pages being turned, the quiet murmur of scholars discussing points of philosophy and natural science. These sounds blended together into a symphony of learning that seemed to resonate in her very bones, calling her forward into the heart of human knowledge and understanding. As Elena stepped across the threshold into the library proper, she felt a sensation like sinking into warm honey. Every muscle in her body relaxed. Every breath came easier than the last. The marble floor beneath her feet was inlaid with intricate mosaics depicting scenes of learning and discovery Archimedes contemplating his circles, Hypatia teaching her students, scribes carefully copying texts that would preserve the wisdom of ages. The ceiling arched high above her head, painted with constellations that seemed to move and shift in the flickering candlelight. Between the painted stars, golden Greek letters spelled out quotations from ancient philosophers and poets, words of wisdom that had survived the fall of empires and the passage of millennia. Know thyself, read one inscription. The unexamined life is not worth living, proclaimed another. And everywhere, repeated in different scripts and languages, the simple truth that would guide Elena's journey. In knowledge is peace. Elena found herself drawn toward the center of the main hall, where a circular desk of polished cedar stood surrounded by reading stands and comfortable cushions. On the desk, a single scroll lay unrolled, its papyrus surface blank, except for a brief inscription in elegant script. For the weary traveler seeking rest, may these halls provide the peace that passes understanding. As she read these words, Elena felt tears of relief gathering in her eyes. This was what she had been seeking without knowing it, not just a place to escape the pressures of her daily life, but a sanctuary where her soul could find the deep restoration it craved. The library was not merely a repository of ancient texts, but a living temple where knowledge flowed like gentle rivers, and wisdom offered itself freely to all who approached with open hearts. Elena settled onto one of the cushions beside the central desk, feeling her body sink into its soft embrace. Around her, the library hummed with quiet activity. Scholars moved through the halls like benevolent spirits, their robes rustling softly as they selected scrolls from the countless alcoves and shelves. The light from oil lamps and candles created pools of warm illumination throughout the vast space, while leaving gentle shadows where those seeking solitude could find perfect peace. As Elena sat in the heart of this ancient sanctuary, she felt her breathing synchronize with the rhythm of the library itself. The soft sounds of pages turning and pens scratching seemed to flow in and out like gentle waves on a distant shore. The fragrance of papyrus and cedar, of olive oil and beeswax, created an atmosphere that spoke to something deep within her soul, a recognition of the sacred nature of preserved wisdom and the healing power of quiet contemplation. She closed her eyes and allowed herself to simply be present in this moment, feeling the tensions of her outer life continue to dissolve. The library embraced her like a loving parent, holding her safe while she began the journey toward the deep rest and restoration that awaited her in the chapters to come. This was only the beginning, the first gentle step into a realm where knowledge and peace flowed together like confluent streams, carrying her toward a healing that would touch every aspect of her being. In the distance, a bell tower chimed the hour with notes that seemed to hang in the air like golden butterflies before dissolving into the general symphony of the library's eternal song. Elena opened her eyes to find that one of the gentle librarians had placed a cup of herbal tea on the desk beside her, chamomile and lavender with honey from bees that had never known anything but the nectar of paradise. She lifted the cup to her lips and sipped the warm liquid, feeling it spread through her body like liquid starlight. The tea carried with it not just the herb's natural peace-giving properties, but something more, the essence of every prayer for rest that had ever been whispered within these walls, the concentrated tranquility of generations of scholars who had found in learning the path to perfect peace. Elena set the cup down gently and prepared to rise, ready to explore the deeper mysteries that the library held. She could feel the pull of distant halls where specialized collections waited to share their particular gifts of healing and understanding. But she also knew that there was no hurry, no pressure to accomplish anything beyond allowing herself to receive the gifts that the ancient wisdom keepers offered so freely. As she stood, Elena caught sight of herself reflected in the polished surface of the cedar desk. She looked different somehow, not older or younger, but clearer, as if some fundamental essence that had been clouded by the debris of daily life was beginning to shine through. Her eyes held a new depth, a quality of peace that seemed to emanate from some inexhaustible source within. This transformation was only the beginning. Elena could sense that the library held depths upon depths of healing and restoration, chambers and gardens where different aspects of ancient wisdom waited to work their gentle magic upon her weary spirit. She had entered as a seeker fleeing the exhaustion of modern life. She would emerge as something far more valuable, a keeper of inner peace who carried within herself the eternal calm of the ages, with a grateful bow to the invisible presence that seemed to govern this sacred space. Elena began to walk deeper into the library, following the soft glow of oil lamps toward passages that branched off from the main hall like arteries carrying the lifeblood of human knowledge to every corner of this mystical recreation. Each step felt lighter than the last. Each breath came deeper and slower as she allowed herself to be guided by the ancient wisdom that flowed through these halls like incense on the evening air. The first chapter of her healing journey was complete. The threshold had been crossed, the sanctuary had welcomed her, and the long process of restoration had begun. Elena walked forward into the gathering embrace of timeless knowledge, her heart already beginning to sync with the eternal rhythm of peace that pulsed through every stone, every scroll, every gentle flame that illuminated the path toward perfect rest. Chapter 2: The Hall of Gentle Beginnings. Elena followed a corridor lined with honeyed marble. Her bare feet now silent against stone that had been worn smooth by countless seekers who had walked this path before her. The oil lamps that lined the walls flickered with flames that never seemed to diminish, their light creating a warm amber glow that made every surface appear to breathe with life. The walls themselves were covered with murals depicting the history of learning. Scribes bent over their work in ancient scriptoriums, philosophers debating beneath olive trees, mathematicians contemplating the eternal patterns that govern all existence. As she walked, Elena became aware that her clothing had somehow transformed. The business attire that had felt so constraining now flowed around her like gentle water, its fabric soft as silk, yet substantial enough to provide warmth and comfort. The colors had shifted too, from the harsh blacks and grays of her working world to soft blues and greens that seemed to echo the deeper hues of ocean and forest, of places where peace grows naturally from the earth itself. The corridor opened into a vast hall that stretched farther than her eyes could follow. This was the Hall of Gentle Beginnings, where those new to the library's mysteries could find their bearings and begin to understand the deeper purpose of their visit. The ceiling soared overhead, supported by columns of different stones, some of white marble veined with gold, others of deep green serpentine that seemed to hold within it the memory of ancient forests, still others of rose-colored granite that caught and reflected the lamplight in warm, comforting patterns. Between the columns, comfortable reading alcoves had been carved into the walls, each one furnished with cushions and low tables where visitors could sit and begin their exploration of the library's treasures. Elena noticed that many of these alcoves were occupied by figures who sat in perfect stillness, their attention focused on scrolls or codices that seemed to glow with inner light. The readers appeared to come from every era and culture. She could see scholars in ancient Greek robes, medieval monks in simple brown habits, Renaissance humanists in elaborate dress, and others whose clothing spoke of times and places she could not identify. What struck her most powerfully was the atmosphere of absolute peace that surrounded each reader. They were not struggling with difficult concepts or racing to finish before some deadline. Instead, they read with the slow, measured rhythm of those who have all of eternity to absorb whatever wisdom they seek. Their breathing was deep and regular, their postures relaxed yet alert, as if they had found in their chosen texts not just information, but a form of meditation that brought their entire being into harmony. Elena was drawn to an alcove near the center of the hall, where cushions of deep blue silk invited her to rest. As she settled into their embrace, she noticed that a scroll had been placed on the reading table before her, its papyrus surface glowing softly in the lamplight. The text was written in a script that seemed familiar yet exotic. And as she looked at it more closely, Elena realized with wonder that she could read every word. Though she had never learned the language in which it was written, the scroll contained what appeared to be a collection of breathing exercises, but not the kind designed to energize or invigorate. These were practices specifically crafted to guide the reader into progressively deeper states of rest and restoration. The instructions were simple and elegant, accompanied by illustrations of figures in various meditative postures, their faces serene and their bodies completely relaxed. Elena began to follow the first exercise, which involved nothing more complicated than counting her breaths, while allowing each exhalation to last slightly longer than the one before. As she practiced, she felt her nervous system beginning to downshift from the high alert state that had become her default mode. The simple act of paying attention to her breathing seemed to create space between her thoughts, allowing a deeper intelligence to emerge, one that knew instinctively how to guide her body toward perfect rest. As her breathing deepened and slowed, Elena became more aware of the sounds around her. The Hall of Gentle Beginnings was filled with a symphony of quiet noises that blended together into something that was almost music. There was the soft whisper of pages being turned, the gentle scratch of pens on parchment, the quiet rustle of robes as scholars shifted position. Underneath all of these sounds flowed something else, a deep, almost inaudible humming that seemed to emanate from the very stones of the building itself. This humming, Elena realized, was the sound of accumulated wisdom. Every word that had ever been written within these walls, every insight that had ever dawned in a scholar's mind, every moment of understanding that had ever illuminated a seeker's darkness, all of these experiences had somehow been absorbed into the physical structure of the library itself. The building had become a living repository, not just of texts, but of the transformative power of knowledge itself. Elena continued her breathing practice, feeling each inhalation draw in not just air, but something more subtle, the concentrated essence of peace that permeated every corner of this sacred space. With each exhalation, she released another layer of the tension and anxiety that had accumulated in her body over months and years of constant striving. The process was so gentle that she barely noticed it happening, like snow melting in the first warm days of spring. As her practice deepened, Elena became aware of a presence beside her. She opened her eyes to see an elderly woman in flowing white robes. Her silver hair arranged in an elaborate style that spoke of ancient Greece. The woman's face was lined with age, but her eyes held the clear, bright intelligence of someone who had spent a lifetime in the pursuit of wisdom. She smiled at Elena with infinite kindness and gestured toward the scroll. "You are learning to breathe like the ancients," the woman said, her voice carrying the musical quality of someone accustomed to reciting poetry. In our time, we understood that the breath is the bridge between the outer world of action and the inner world of contemplation. When you slow your breathing, you slow time itself, creating space for wisdom to enter. Elena found herself nodding, though she wasn't sure how she understood the woman's words, which seemed to come in ancient Greek yet were perfectly clear to her. "I feel like I've been holding my breath for years," she confessed. "I didn't realize how tired I was until I began to let go." The elderly scholar settled onto a cushion beside Elena, her movements graceful despite her apparent age. "Tiredness of the soul is the most common ailment of those who come to us," she said. "In your time, yes, I know you come from an age far distant from mine. People have forgotten the sacred art of rest. They confuse activity with accomplishment, noise with vitality. Here, you will learn the deeper truth, that in stillness, all movement is contained. In silence, all sounds are born. In rest, all action finds its source." As the ancient scholar spoke, Elena felt something shifting deep within her consciousness. The constant mental chatter that had been her companion for so long began to quiet, like a radio being slowly tuned away from static toward a clear, pure signal. In the space that this quieting created, she began to sense the presence of something vast and benevolent. The accumulated wisdom of all those who had ever sought knowledge not for power or prestige, but for the pure joy of understanding. "Who are you?" Elena asked, though she sensed that names might be less important in this place than in the outer world. "I am Demetria," the woman replied, "and in my earthly life, I was a student of mathematics and astronomy. I spent my days calculating the movements of the planets and my nights observing their dance across the heavens. But the greatest discovery I made was not about the outer cosmos, but about the inner one, the vast space of peace that exists within every human soul." Demetria gestured toward the hall around them, where dozens of other figures continued their quiet reading and contemplation. "All of us who dwell here now were once seekers like yourself. We came to the great library seeking knowledge of the outer world and found instead the wisdom of the inner one. Now we serve as guides for those who arrive as you have, weary from the struggles of existence and hungry for the peace that only true understanding can provide." Elena felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. The idea that she was not alone in her seeking, that countless others had walked this path before her and found what they were looking for, filled her with hope and determination. "What must I do?" she asked. "Nothing," Demetria replied with a gentle laugh. "That is the first and most important lesson. You need do nothing except allow yourself to receive what is freely offered. The library itself will guide your journey, leading you to exactly the wisdom you need at exactly the moment you are ready to receive it. Your only task is to remain open, to continue breathing as you have learned, and to trust in the ancient intelligence that governs this place." Elena nodded and returned her attention to the scroll before her. The breathing exercise had evolved into something more complex, a practice that involved visualizing her breath as golden light flowing through her body, illuminating and relaxing every cell, every nerve, every fiber of her being. As she followed these instructions, she felt her consciousness beginning to expand beyond the boundaries of her physical form. She was still Elena, still the tired seeker who had stumbled upon this mystical library in her search for peace. But she was also something more, a point of awareness that could touch and be touched by the vast network of wisdom that connected every scroll, every scholar, every moment of insight that had ever occurred within these walls. She could feel the presence of other seekers throughout the library, all of them breathing in the same rhythm, all of them drawing from the same inexhaustible source of peace. Time seemed to flow differently in the hall of gentle beginnings. Elena had no sense of minutes or hours passing, only of a gradual deepening into a state of rest she had never experienced before. Her body felt weightless, supported by the cushions, but also by something more subtle: the accumulated prayers and meditations of all those who had sat in this same space before her. As her practice continued, Elena began to see colors behind her closed eyelids, not the harsh, artificial colors of her everyday world, but the soft, organic hues of dawn light on water, of moss growing on ancient stones, of sunset clouds drifting across endless skies. These colors seemed to carry information, conveying states of peace and healing that words could never express. Demetria's voice came to her as if from a great distance, though the ancient scholar sat right beside her. "You are beginning to read the language of the soul," she said. "Colors, sounds, sensations, all of these are letters in an alphabet that speaks directly to the deepest parts of your being. As you continue your journey through the library, you will become more fluent in this language until you can read the wisdom of the ages, not just with your mind, but with every fiber of your existence." Elena felt herself sinking deeper into the meditation, her awareness expanding to encompass the entire hall. She could sense the breathing of every other seeker in the space, the steady rhythm of hearts at rest, the gentle circulation of air that carried with it the mingled fragrances of papyrus and cedar, of rose petals and frankincense. All of these elements combined to create an atmosphere that was more than physical. It was a tangible expression of peace itself, made manifest in this mystical recreation of humanity's greatest library. The scroll before her began to glow more brightly, and Elena realized that new text was appearing on its surface, not written by any human hand, but manifesting from the papyrus itself, as if the ancient material were alive and responding to her deepening state of receptivity. The new instructions were even simpler than the breathing exercises, involving nothing more than the cultivation of gratitude for the peace she was experiencing. As Elena focused on this feeling of gratitude, she felt something profound occurring within her. The gratitude was not just an emotion, but a force that seemed to open channels within her being, allowing the peace of the library to flow more freely through her system. She understood now why ancient traditions had placed such emphasis on thankfulness. It was not merely a social nicety, but a technology for receiving the deeper gifts that existence offers to those who approach it with open hearts. Her gratitude expanded to encompass not just her current experience, but everything that had led her to this moment, every challenge that had made her seek peace, every moment of tiredness that had prepared her to receive rest, every wrong turn that had ultimately guided her onto the path that led to this sacred threshold. She saw now that her entire life had been a preparation for this encounter with timeless wisdom. This immersion in the healing waters of accumulated human understanding. As Elena sat in this expanded state of gratitude and peace, she became aware that the first phase of her healing was complete. The frantic energy that had driven her for so long had been replaced by something infinitely more sustainable, a deep sense of connection to the eternal source of all wisdom and peace. She was ready now to venture deeper into the library's mysteries, to explore the specialized halls where different aspects of ancient knowledge waited to share their particular gifts. Demetria seemed to sense this readiness. "It is time for you to continue your journey," she said softly. "The Hall of Gentle Beginnings has given you its gift, the foundation of peace upon which all other wisdom must be built. Now you are prepared to encounter the deeper mysteries without being overwhelmed by their power." Elena opened her eyes and found that the world around her had taken on a new quality of luminosity. The oil lamps seemed brighter, the colors more vivid, the very air more transparent and alive. She felt as if she had been looking at reality through dirty glass for years. and had suddenly discovered how to see clearly. She rose from her cushions with movements that felt more graceful and coordinated than any she could remember making. Her body felt lighter, yet more substantial, as if it had been constructed from a finer grade of matter that was simultaneously more flexible and more durable than what she had possessed before. "Thank you," Elena said to Demetria, and the words carried within them all the gratitude she felt for this first taste of true peace. The ancient scholar smiled and gestured toward an archway at the far end of the hall, where Elena could see the soft glow of what appeared to be gardens bathed in moonlight. "The library has many halls, each with its own gifts to offer," Demetria said. "Follow your heart, and it will guide you to exactly what you need. Remember what you have learned here, that peace is not something you must earn or achieve, but something you already are at the deepest level of your being. The rest of your journey will simply be a process of removing the obstacles that have prevented you from recognizing this truth." Elena bowed deeply to her first guide and began walking toward the archway, her footsteps silent on the marble floor. Behind her, she could hear the continued rustle of pages and the gentle breathing of other seekers, all of them supported by the same infinite peace that now flowed through her own being like a river of liquid starlight. As she approached the archway, Elena paused to look back at the Hall of Gentle Beginnings one last time. She wanted to remember this place, this first sanctuary, where she had learned to breathe with the rhythm of eternity itself. The hall stretched away behind her, its columns rising like prayers made manifest in stone, its alcoves filled with the soft glow of countless oil lamps, and the even softer presence of those who had found in learning the path to perfect peace. Elena smiled and turned toward the archway, ready to discover what new depths of wisdom and healing awaited her in the next phase of her journey through the mystical Library of Alexandria. The foundation had been laid, the first lesson learned. Now, she would explore the specialized chambers where the library's deepest treasures waited to work their gentle magic upon her awakening soul. Chapter 3: The Garden of Written Whispers. Through the archway, Elena stepped into a world that seemed to exist at the boundary between architecture and nature, where the wisdom of human civilization merged seamlessly with the older intelligence of growing things. The garden of written whispers stretched before her like a living manuscript, its pathways formed by sentences written in flowering herbs, its borders defined by hedges that had been trained to grow in the shapes of ancient alphabets. The air in the garden carried a different quality than that of the halls she had left behind. Here, the scents of papyrus and ink mingled with the fragrances of night-blooming jasmine, lavender, and roses that seemed to bloom in every season simultaneously. The temperature was perfect, warm enough to invite lingering, cool enough to refresh the spirit. And Elena felt her breathing deepen even further as she absorbed the garden's peaceful atmosphere. Moonlight filtered through the leaves of ancient trees that had been planted to represent different schools of philosophical thought. An olive tree, its silver-green leaves shimmering in the gentle light, stood for the wisdom of Athens. A cedar of Lebanon, tall and proud, represented the learning of the Near East. A lotus tree, its blossoms floating in small ponds scattered throughout the garden, embodied the insights of distant Asia. Each tree was surrounded by smaller plants that grew in patterns, suggesting the flow of ideas and influences between different traditions of learning. Elena followed a pathway made of smooth river stones, each one inscribed with a single word in various ancient scripts. As she walked, she began to notice that these words were not random, but formed sentences when read in sequence. The stones beneath her feet spelled out quotations from philosophers and poets, scientists and mystics, all united in their recognition of peace as the highest goal of human existence. In stillness, the muddy water becomes clear. Read one sequence of stones attributed to Lao Tzu. The mind at peace with itself is the highest good, proclaimed another, from Marcus Aurelius. Elena found herself slowing her pace to read each message, allowing the ancient wisdom to sink into her consciousness like rain into thirsty earth. As she walked deeper into the garden, Elena became aware of a subtle sound that seemed to emanate from the plants themselves. It was not quite music and not quite speech, but something between the two, a gentle murmuring that rose and fell like the breath of the earth itself. As she listened more carefully, she realized that the plants were indeed whispering, their leaves rustling with words of wisdom and comfort. Elena paused beside a rose bush whose blooms glowed with an inner light, each petal seeming to be inscribed with microscopic text. As she leaned closer, she could hear the plant's whispered message. Beauty is truth's most gentle teacher. In appreciating loveliness, the soul learns to recognize the eternal patterns that underlie all existence. Rest in beauty and let it carry you toward the peace that beauty always points toward. The message was followed by a wave of fragrance so exquisite that Elena felt tears of gratitude gathering in her eyes. She had never realized that beauty could be not just an aesthetic experience, but a form of communication, a way that the universe offered healing to those who approached it with receptive hearts. Moving to a nearby patch of lavender, Elena discovered that each plant in the garden held its own particular wisdom. The lavender whispered of the importance of rest and the healing power of sleep. dreams are the library's secret chambers, the purple flowers murmured, where wisdom reorganizes itself during the hours of restoration. Sleep is not escape from learning, but learning's deepest form. A bank of jasmine shared insights about the connection between fragrance and memory, explaining how certain scents could unlock doors in consciousness that led to rooms of understanding that could not be accessed through thought alone. Breathe deeply, the white flowers counseled, and let aroma carry you to places where your soul remembers what your mind has forgotten. Elena found herself sinking onto a bench carved from a single piece of olive wood, its surface worn smooth by countless visitors who had paused here to absorb the garden's teachings. The bench was positioned at the intersection of several pathways, offering views of different sections of the garden, while providing a sense of being cradled by the entire space. As she settled into the bench's embrace, Elena noticed that scrolls had been hung from the branches of nearby trees, like fruits of wisdom waiting to be harvested. These were not the formal texts she had encountered in the halls of the library, but more intimate offerings, personal reflections from scholars and seekers who had found in this garden a space for the kind of contemplation that generates not just knowledge, but understanding. One scroll, suspended from a branch of the olive tree, contained a meditation on the relationship between growth and rest. The tree that bears the sweetest fruit, it read, is the one that knows when to reach toward the sun and when to send its roots deeper into the nourishing darkness. Wisdom lies not in constant striving, but in understanding the seasons of the soul. Another scroll, hanging from the cedar, offered reflections on the nature of time in places where wisdom accumulates. In the outer world, time moves like a river, always flowing toward some distant sea. But in sanctuaries such as this, time moves like a lake, deep and still, allowing the sediment of experience to settle so that clarity can emerge. Elena found herself entering a state of consciousness that she had never experienced before. Her awareness seemed to expand beyond the boundaries of her individual mind, allowing her to sense the thoughts and feelings of every living thing in the garden. She could feel the slow, patient wisdom of the trees, the quick, bright intelligence of the flowering plants, the deep, ancient knowing of the earth itself. This expanded awareness was not overwhelming, but profoundly peaceful. It was as if she had discovered that consciousness was not confined to her own head, but was a field that permeated all existence, connecting every point of awareness in a vast network of understanding. In this state, the boundaries between self and other, human and nature, seeker and wisdom, became fluid and permeable. As Elena sat in this expanded awareness, she became conscious of other presences in the garden, figures moved between the plantings like gentle spirits, tending to the growing things with the kind of attention that could only come from complete love and understanding. These gardener scholars wore robes that seemed to be woven from moonlight and shadow, and their movements had the quality of a slow, meditative dance. One of these figures approached Elena's bench, and she found herself looking into the kindest face she had ever seen. The woman appeared to be ageless, not young or old, but somehow beyond the reach of time altogether. Her eyes held depths that spoke of having witnessed the planting of the first seeds and the blooming of the last flowers. Yet they also sparkled with the fresh joy of someone discovering beauty for the first time. "I am Isadora," the woman said, her voice carrying the musical quality of wind through leaves. "I am the keeper of this garden, though in truth, the garden keeps me as much as I keep it. Here we learn the wisdom that can only be gained through growing alongside other forms of life." Elena felt an immediate sense of kinship with this gentle guardian. "The plants seem to be speaking," she said. "I can hear their whispers, but I'm not sure I understand what they're trying to teach me." Isadora smiled and settled beside Elena on the olive wood bench, her presence bringing with it the scent of earth after rain and the sound of distant wind chimes. "The plants speak in the language of the heart," she explained. "They offer not information, but transformation. When you listen to their whispers, you are not meant to understand with your mind, but to allow their wisdom to work changes in your very being." As if responding to Isadora's words, the entire garden seemed to exhale, releasing a wave of fragrance that carried with it a profound sense of peace. Elena felt this aromatic blessing wash over her, carrying away another layer of the tension she had carried for so long. Her shoulders dropped, her jaw unclenched, and her breathing became so slow and deep that she felt as if she were learning to breathe for the first time. Each plant in this garden was chosen for its ability to heal a particular aspect of human suffering. Isadora continued. "The roses teach about the relationship between beauty and truth. The lavender shows how rest can be a form of worship. The jasmine reveals the connection between memory and wisdom. But their deepest teaching is simpler than any of these. They show us what it means to live in harmony with the rhythm of existence itself." Elena nodded, feeling something shift in her understanding. She had spent so much of her life trying to force solutions, to push through problems with sheer effort and determination. But the garden was teaching her a different way, the way of patient unfolding, of allowing healing to happen at its own pace, of trusting in the deeper intelligence that governed the natural world. "May I walk with you?" Elena asked, feeling drawn to explore more of the garden's mysteries. Isadora rose gracefully, and gestured toward a pathway that wound between beds of herbs and flowering shrubs. "It would be my pleasure. There are sections of the garden you have not yet seen, each with its own gifts to offer." They walked together in comfortable silence, their footsteps muffled by pathways covered in soft moss that seemed to glow with a pale, phosphorescent light. Elena noticed that her walking rhythm had changed since entering the library. Gone was the hurried pace that had characterized her outer life. Instead, she moved with the measured cadence of someone who understood that the journey itself was more important than any destination. As they walked, Elena became aware of the garden's subtle sounds. There was the whisper of leaves in the gentle breeze, the distant trickle of water over stone, and underneath it all, that mysterious murmuring she had noticed earlier. Now she could hear it more clearly. It was the sound of the plants themselves, their life force made audible, a continuous prayer of gratitude for existence itself. They passed through a grove of fruit trees, whose branches were heavy with offerings Elena had never seen before. Some bore fruits that looked like crystallized starlight. Others carried what appeared to be small books growing like apples from the branches. Isadora noticed Elena's wonder and paused beneath one of these remarkable trees. "These are the trees of distilled wisdom," she explained, reaching up to pluck a small, leather-bound volume from a low branch. "They bear fruits of understanding that have been cultivated over centuries of contemplation. Each book contains not just words, but the essence of the insights they describe." Isadora handed the small book to Elena, who found that it was warm to the touch and seemed to pulse gently like a living heart. She opened it to find pages covered with script that shifted and flowed like water, the words rearranging themselves to match exactly what she needed to read at this moment. The page before her contained a meditation on the nature of true rest. "Sleep is not the absence of consciousness," she read, "but consciousness freed from the need to maintain boundaries. In deep rest, the self expands beyond its usual limits, touching the infinite source from which all peace arises. To sleep truly is to remember what we are when we are not trying to be anything at all." As Elena read these words, she felt them working changes in her body and mind. Her nervous system downshifted another level, entering a state of profound relaxation that was neither waking nor sleeping, but something between the two. In this state, she could sense the vast network of life that connected every plant in the garden, every scholar in the library, every seeker who had ever searched for peace. "Keep the book," Isadora said gently. "It will continue to offer you wisdom as you need it, and when your journey here is complete, it will remain with you as a reminder of what you have learned." Elena tucked the small volume into a pocket that had not existed in her clothing before. but appeared now to receive this precious gift. The book's warmth radiated through the fabric, creating a gentle glow over her heart that felt like a continuous blessing. They continued their walk, passing through sections of the garden that specialized in different forms of healing wisdom. In one area, plants grew in patterns that mirrored the mathematical relationships underlying natural growth, spirals based on the golden ratio, fractals that repeated at every scale geometric forms that seemed to encode the fundamental principles of harmony itself. Mathematics is nature's poetry. Isadora observed as they paused to contemplate a bed of flowers that had arranged themselves in a perfect Fibonacci spiral. The numbers that govern growth and beauty are the same ones that govern music and the movements of the planets. When you understand these patterns, you begin to see that all existence is a single, vast symphony playing out across space and time. Elena found herself gazing at the spiral flower bed with new eyes, seeing not just beauty, but the underlying order that made beauty possible. The pattern seemed to induce a hypnotic state, her consciousness following the spiral inward toward some central point of perfect stillness. As her awareness moved along this mathematical pathway, she felt her sense of separation from the garden dissolving completely. In another section, they encountered plants that seemed to be made of pure light, their leaves transparent, and their flowers glowing with colors that had no names. These luminous beings pulsed gently in rhythm with Elena's heartbeat, their radiance increasing and decreasing as if they were breathing along with her. "These are the plants of pure essence," Isadora explained. "They have transcended their physical forms while retaining their healing properties. They teach us that matter and spirit are not separate things, but different expressions of the same underlying reality." Elena reached out to touch one of these light beings and felt her hand pass through its form, while simultaneously receiving a transmission of pure peace. The sensation was indescribable, like being touched by liquid starlight, or having her cells reorganized by love itself. She gasped with the intensity of the healing that flowed through her, feeling decades of accumulated stress dissolving in seconds. As they continued their exploration, Elena began to understand that the garden of written whispers was not just a place, but a state of consciousness. Every plant, every pathway, every carefully arranged stone was an external manifestation of the kind of awareness that could hear the subtle teachings that flowed through all existence. The garden was teaching her to listen with her entire being, not just her ears. They came eventually to the heart of the garden, where a single tree stood in a circular clearing, surrounded by concentric rings of different aromatic plants. The tree was ancient beyond measure, its trunk so vast that Elena could not see around to its other side, its branches reaching so high that they seemed to merge with the star-scattered sky above. "This is the tree of all knowledge," Isadora said with reverence. "It has grown here since the very beginning, and its roots extend into every corner of existence, every true insight that has ever dawned in a conscious mind, every moment of understanding that has ever illuminated the darkness of ignorance. All of these are leaves on its branches." Elena approached the great tree with awe, feeling the power that radiated from its ancient presence. The bark was covered with symbols and scripts from every culture that had ever existed, the inscriptions shifting and changing as she watched, as if the tree were continuously writing and rewriting the story of all learning. At the base of the tree, a natural hollow had formed, lined with soft moss and surrounded by night-blooming flowers that released their fragrance in gentle waves. It was clearly a place for meditation, for quiet communion with the deepest source of wisdom. "Sit," Isadora invited. "Let the tree share with you its greatest gift." Elena settled into the mossy hollow, feeling immediately that she was being embraced by something vast and benevolent. The moment she closed her eyes, she became aware of a sound that seemed to come from the tree itself, a deep, thrumming vibration that resonated in her bones and sent waves of peace throughout her entire system. As she sat in this sacred space, Elena felt her consciousness expanding once again. But this time, the expansion was even more profound than before. She found herself connecting not just with the life force of the garden, but with the accumulated wisdom of every seeker who had ever sat in this same place. Their insights became her insights. Their peace became her peace. Their understanding flowed through her like an endless river of liquid light. In this expanded state, Elena began to understand the true purpose of the library. It was not just a repository of ancient texts, but a living system designed to awaken within each visitor the recognition of their own infinite nature. Every scroll, every hall, every garden was a mirror reflecting back the seeker's deepest truth, that they were already perfect expressions of the peace and wisdom they sought. Time seemed to stop completely as Elena sat beneath the tree of all knowledge. She might have been there for minutes or hours or days. Such distinctions had no meaning in this space where eternity touched every moment. All that mattered was the continuous flow of peace that streamed through her being, washing away every memory of limitation and separation. When she finally opened her eyes, Elena found that the garden around her had taken on an even more luminous quality. Every plant seemed to be outlined in soft light. Every flower glowed with an inner radiance that spoke of the divine nature present in all living things. She felt as if she were seeing the world through new eyes, eyes that could perceive not just the surface appearance of things, but their deeper reality as expressions of infinite consciousness. Isadora sat nearby, her own form glowing with the same gentle radiance that Elena now perceived everywhere. "You have received the garden's greatest gift," she said softly, "the recognition that wisdom is not something you must acquire, but something you already are. The rest of your journey will be a process of remembering and embodying this truth more completely." Elena nodded, feeling the profound truth of these words resonating in every cell of her body. She understood now that she had not come to the library to learn something new, but to remember something eternal, the peace that was her true nature, the wisdom that was her birthright, the love that was the very substance from which she was made. As she prepared to leave the garden of written whispers, Elena felt deep gratitude for all she had received here. The plant's whispered teachings had become part of her own inner voice. The tree's ancient wisdom now flowed through her veins like blessed water. And the garden's peace had taken root in her heart, where it would continue to grow and flourish. Isadora walked with her toward the archway that led to the next section of the library, their footsteps silent on the moss-covered pathway. "Remember," the garden keeper said as they reached the threshold, "the wisdom you have gained here is not yours to keep, but yours to share. As you continue your journey, you carry with you the essence of every plant you have encountered, every whisper you have heard, every moment of peace you have experienced. You are becoming a living library yourself, a walking sanctuary where others can find the healing they seek." Elena bowed deeply to Isadora, feeling the truth of these words settling into her consciousness like seeds that would continue to sprout long after she had left this sacred space. She stepped through the archway carrying with her the soft glow of the garden's blessings, the sweet memory of plant wisdom whispered on evening air, and the unshakable knowing that she was forever connected to the deep peace that flowed through all existence. Behind her, the garden of written whispers continued its eternal song, its plants whispering their healing wisdom to the stars, its pathways glowing softly in the moonlight, ready to welcome the next weary seeker who would find in its green sanctuary the rest and restoration their soul craved. The garden's gift was complete, its teaching absorbed, its healing begun. Elena moved forward into the deeper mysteries that awaited, carried by the growing current of peace that was transforming her from the inside out. Chapter 4: The Chamber of Liquid Light. Beyond the garden's archway, Elena found herself entering a realm that challenged the very boundaries between the physical and the ethereal. The chamber of liquid light stretched before her like a vast underground lake, its waters composed not of ordinary water, but of pure luminescence that flowed and eddied with the slow grace of honey, infused with starlight. The ceiling curved high above, its surface appearing to be made of polished obsidian that reflected the chamber's radiance in patterns that shifted and danced like aurora across a midnight sky. The air in this sacred space carried a different quality than any Elena had experienced before. It seemed to shimmer with tiny particles of light that moved with her breathing, entering her lungs as illumination and emerging as peace. Each inhalation brought with it a sense of expansion, as if her consciousness were being gently stretched to accommodate new dimensions of awareness. Along the shores of this luminous lake, Elena could see reading alcoves carved directly from the living rock, each one furnished with cushions that appeared to be woven from captured moonbeams. In these alcoves, figures sat in deep contemplation, their forms slightly translucent, as if they were beginning to merge with the liquid light that surrounded them. Some held scrolls that glowed with inner fire, while others simply sat with their hands resting gently in their laps, their faces serene with the kind of peace that comes from touching the source of all understanding. Elena walked slowly along the shore, her bare feet finding a pathway made of stones that had been polished to mirror smoothness by countless ages of gentle waves. Each step sent tiny ripples of light through the luminous water, creating patterns that spread outward like visible prayers, carrying her intentions to every corner of the chamber. As she walked, Elena became aware that the liquid light was not merely decorative, but functional. It was a medium through which knowledge could flow in its purest form. The scholars who sat in the alcoves were not reading words on parchment, but absorbing wisdom directly from the luminous substance that lapped at their feet. They had learned to drink, understanding the way others might drink water, allowing insight to flow into their beings without the mediation of language or symbol. Elena paused at the edge of the lake, watching the play of light across its surface. The liquid luminescence moved in patterns that seemed almost intelligent, forming temporary shapes and symbols that dissolved before she could fully grasp their meaning. It was as if the lake were a vast mind thinking thoughts too subtle for ordinary consciousness to follow, its meditations visible only as brief crystallizations of pure meaning. A gentle voice spoke beside her, and Elena turned to see a figure emerging from one of the nearby alcoves. The woman appeared to be made of the same liquid light as the lake itself, her form shifting between solidity and translucence as she moved. Her hair flowed like captured starlight, and her eyes held depths that seemed to contain entire galaxies of understanding. "I am Luminara," the figure said, her voice carrying harmonics that resonated in Elena's chest like the sound of crystal bells. I am the guardian of this chamber, and I have been waiting for you to arrive at this stage of your journey. Elena felt no surprise at this greeting. The library seemed to operate on a principle of perfect timing, where each encounter occurred exactly when the seeker was ready to receive what was being offered. "What is this place?" she asked, though part of her already understood that she was looking at wisdom in its most refined form. "This is where knowledge returns to its source," Luminara explained, gesturing toward the lake with a movement that left trails of light in the air. "In the outer halls, wisdom is preserved in words and symbols. In the garden, it flows through living things. But here, understanding has been distilled to its purest essence, liquid light that can be absorbed directly by consciousness itself." As Luminara spoke, Elena felt a pulling sensation, as if every cell in her body were being gently drawn toward the luminous water. The feeling was not uncomfortable, but profoundly attractive, like being called home by a voice she had been longing to hear her entire life. "May I touch the water?" Elena asked. Luminara smiled, her expression creating new patterns of radiance across her translucent features. "More than touch it," she said. "You are ready to enter it, to let it work its deepest magic upon your being. But first, you must understand what you are choosing. To enter the liquid light is to allow yourself to be transformed at the most fundamental level. You will emerge as yourself, but yourself as you were always meant to be, cleansed of every limitation, every fear, every barrier that has prevented you from experiencing your true nature as pure consciousness." Elena felt a moment of trepidation, not fear exactly, but the natural hesitation that comes before any profound transformation. Then she remembered how far she had already traveled, how much healing she had already received, and she knew that this was simply the next step in a journey that had been unfolding with perfect rightness since the moment she first glimpsed the library's gates. "I'm ready," she said, and as the words left her lips, Elena felt their truth resonating through every fiber of her being. Luminara nodded and stepped into the lake, her form becoming even more translucent as the liquid light rose around her legs. "Follow me," she said. "Trust in the process and let the light guide you to exactly where you need to go." Elena stepped into the luminous water and immediately felt a sensation unlike anything she had ever experienced. The liquid light was warm, but not hot, substantial, yet perfectly weightless. As it touched her skin, she felt layers of tension she didn't even know she carried beginning to dissolve. The water seemed to penetrate not just her physical form, but her emotional and mental bodies as well, washing away accumulated residues of stress and struggle. With each step deeper into the lake, Elena felt herself becoming lighter, more transparent, more aligned with the essential nature of consciousness itself. The boundaries between her body and the surrounding medium began to blur, until she could no longer tell where she ended and the liquid light began. "Let yourself float," Luminara encouraged, her voice now seeming to come from within Elena's own heart rather than from any external source. Surrender to the buoyancy of pure awareness. Elena allowed her feet to leave the bottom of the lake and found herself supported by the liquid light as if she were floating in the most perfect swimming pool ever conceived. But this was no ordinary buoyancy. She was being held up by the fundamental force of existence itself, cradled by the same power that kept planets in their orbits and flowers blooming in their seasons. As she floated, Elena felt the liquid light beginning to work its transformative magic throughout her system. It flowed through her bloodstream, carrying healing to every organ and tissue. It permeated her nervous system, rewiring neural pathways that had been carved by years of stress and anxiety. It filled her energy field, repairing tears and blockages that had accumulated through decades of living in a world that had forgotten the art of peace. The process was profoundly gentle, yet irresistibly thorough. Elena felt no discomfort, only a continuous sense of being loved and cared for by an intelligence vast beyond imagination, yet intimate beyond belief. She was being healed not just in her current form, but across all the dimensions of her existence. Past traumas dissolved like sugar in warm water. Future anxieties evaporated like morning mist. And present worries simply ceased to exist. As the healing deepened, Elena began to experience visions, not chaotic dreams, but coherent revelations that seemed to arise from the liquid light itself. She saw herself as a child, full of wonder and natural peace before the world had taught her to be anything other than joyful. She saw herself in possible futures, radiating the calm and wisdom she was receiving here, becoming a source of healing for others who struggled with the same burdens she had carried. Most powerfully, she saw herself as she truly was in this eternal moment, not a separate individual struggling against an indifferent universe, but a unique expression of the same infinite consciousness that animated the liquid light, the library, and all existence. In this vision, she understood that peace was not something she needed to achieve, but something she had never actually lost, only temporarily forgotten beneath layers of conditioning and false belief. Time flowed differently in the liquid light. Elena might have been floating for minutes or hours or years. Such distinctions had no meaning in a space where healing operated according to its own perfect timeline. All that mattered was the continuous process of purification and restoration that was occurring in every dimension of her being. Gradually, Elena became aware that she was not alone in the lake. Other figures floated nearby, some clearly human, others taking forms that suggested different species or even different orders of existence altogether. All were undergoing the same process of transformation, their forms glowing more brightly as the liquid light worked its magic upon them. One figure floated close enough for Elena to see clearly, an elderly man whose face bore the marks of a lifetime spent in scholarly pursuit. But those marks were changing as she watched, not erasing his age, but transforming it into something luminous and beautiful. His eyes, when they opened and met hers, held depths of compassion that spoke of having suffered greatly and learned to transmute that suffering into wisdom. "Welcome to the deepest healing," he said without speaking, his words appearing directly in Elena's consciousness. Here we learn that transformation is not about becoming something different, but about remembering what we have always been beneath the layers of forgetting. Elena nodded, understanding flowing between them without need for explanation. She could see now that everyone in the lake was at a different stage of the same process. Some just beginning their immersion in the liquid light, others so transformed that they appeared to be made of pure radiance themselves. As Elena continued to float and absorb the healing properties of the luminous medium, she felt her consciousness expanding once again. But this expansion was different from what she had experienced in the garden or the halls. Here, her awareness was not just reaching out to touch other forms of life, but was recognizing that those other forms were not actually other at all. They were different expressions of the same underlying unity that she herself was an expression of. This recognition brought with it a peace so profound that Elena felt she might dissolve entirely into the ocean of consciousness that surrounded and permeated all things. She was still Elena, still the seeker who had arrived at the library gates. But she was also something infinitely larger, the peace itself, the awareness in which all seeking occurred, the love that motivated every search for truth. In this expanded state, Elena began to understand the true purpose of the chamber of liquid light. It was not just a place of healing, but a space where consciousness could remember its essential nature as the source of all healing. Every droplet of liquid light was a condensed expression of the peace that was her true identity. And by immersing herself in it, she was not gaining something new, but recognizing something eternal. The healing that flowed through her was not coming from outside, but from within, from the infinite source of peace and wisdom that had always been present at the core of her being. The liquid light was simply creating the conditions for her to access what had never actually been absent, only obscured by the noise and confusion of a mind that had forgotten its true nature. As this understanding deepened, Elena felt a shift occurring in her relationship to the healing process itself. She was no longer a recipient of transformation, but a participant in it, no longer being healed, but discovering herself as an agent of healing. The liquid light that surrounded her was not separate from her consciousness, but was her consciousness in its most purified form. This realization brought with it a profound sense of responsibility and joy. Elena understood now that she would not leave the library merely refreshed and restored, but fundamentally transformed into a vehicle for the same peace and healing she was receiving. She would carry the essence of the liquid light within her, becoming a source of restoration for others who thirsted for the peace that was their birthright. Luminara appeared beside her again, her form now almost indistinguishable from the liquid light itself, except for the particular pattern of radiance that marked her unique expression of universal consciousness. "You have received the chamber's gift," she said, her words rippling through the luminous medium like waves of liquid music. "The healing you have experienced here will continue to work within you for the rest of your existence, unfolding new layers of transformation whenever you are ready to receive them." Elena felt the truth of these words settling into her being like seeds that would sprout in their perfect timing. She understood that her time in the chamber of liquid light was complete, not because she had learned everything it had to teach, but because she had absorbed what she was capable of receiving at this stage of her development. As she began to move toward the shore, Elena noticed that her body had indeed been transformed. She was still recognizably herself, but every cell seemed to glow with inner light. Every movement flowed with new grace and ease. Her clothing, which had been gradually transforming throughout her journey, now appeared to be woven from the same luminous substance as the lake itself. Standing at the shore, Elena turned back to look at the chamber of liquid light one final time. The lake stretched away into distances that seemed to extend beyond the physical boundaries of any building, its surface dancing with patterns of meaning too vast and subtle for ordinary consciousness to grasp. She understood that she would carry this vision with her always, a reminder of the ocean of peace that existed within her own consciousness, accessible whenever she needed to remember her true nature. Luminara walked with her to the chamber's exit, an archway carved from what appeared to be crystallized light. "The next phase of your journey awaits," she said. "You go now to spaces where the wisdom you have absorbed here will be tested not through trial, but through application, chambers where you will learn to embody and express the peace you have discovered. Elena bowed deeply to the guardian of liquid light, feeling gratitude flowing through her like a river of liquid starlight. She stepped through the archway carrying with her the luminous blessing of profound healing, the unshakable knowing of her essential nature as consciousness itself, and the gentle glow that marked her as one who had bathed in the very source of peace. Behind her, the chamber of liquid light continued its eternal work, its luminous waters ready to receive the next seeker, who would arrive ready to remember their true nature as expressions of infinite, healing love. The transformation was complete, the healing anchored in the deepest layers of Elena's being. She moved forward into new mysteries, carried by currents of peace that would never again allow her to forget the vast ocean of consciousness from which she had never actually been separate. Chapter 5: The Hall of Silent Voices. Elena stepped through the crystalline archway into a space that initially seemed to contradict its own name. The Hall of Silent Voices stretched before her in magnificent vastness, its soaring columns and elaborate frescoes suggesting a place designed for grand oratory and scholarly debate. Yet as she moved deeper into the hall, Elena began to understand the profound nature of its paradox. This was indeed a place of voices, but they were voices that spoke without sound, communicating through frequencies that bypassed the ears entirely and resonated directly in the chambers of the heart. The architecture itself seemed to amplify this silent communication. The columns were carved with spiraling patterns that drew the eye upward in movements that felt like visual music, while the spaces between them created acoustic chambers that collected and focused not sound, but something far more subtle, the emanations of thoughts refined by centuries of contemplation into their purest essence. As Elena walked across floors of polished marble, inlaid with silver lines that formed complex geometric patterns, she became aware that the hall was inhabited by countless presences. Scholars from every era of human history moved through the space with flowing grace, their forms sometimes visible as gentle translucencies, sometimes apparent only as shifts in the quality of light or subtle changes in the atmosphere. These were the silent voices, philosophers and teachers, mystics and scientists who had mastered the art of communication that transcended words. They had learned to transmit wisdom directly from consciousness to consciousness, sharing their insights through the kind of communion that could only occur in perfect silence. Elena paused beneath a dome painted with constellations that seemed to pulse with living light. As she stood there, she began to receive her first transmission from the silent voices. It came not as words or images, but as a direct knowing that arose in her awareness like sunrise appearing over a mountain ridge. The transmission carried with it an understanding of the nature of true communication. She realized that most human speech was actually a barrier to genuine connection, words often serving to conceal rather than reveal the speaker's true meaning. But here, in the absence of verbal language, consciousness could meet consciousness without mediation, sharing insights that were too subtle and complete to be captured in any verbal formulation. A figure approached Elena, or perhaps she approached it. For in this space, the usual rules of movement seemed to flow according to intention rather than physical effort. The presence that drew near had the quality of an ancient Greek philosopher, but one whose wisdom had been refined through countless ages of contemplation until it had become pure luminosity without words, this being communicated to Elena the history of the hall and its purpose. She saw visions of the greatest teachers of humanity gathering in this space to share their most profound insights. Socrates was here, his endless questions distilled into pure inquiry that opened infinite spaces for wisdom to enter. Lao Tzu flowed through the halls like gentle water, his teachings on the way transmitted through presence that needed no explanation. The Buddha sat in perfect stillness beneath one of the columns, his understanding of suffering and liberation radiating outward in waves that brought immediate peace to all who approached. Jesus moved through the space like walking love, his essence of compassion creating healing wherever his attention touched. Mohammed recited not words, but pure meaning, the essence of divine guidance flowing through him like liquid light. But these great teachers were not the only voices present. Elena became aware of countless other presences, scholars whose names had been forgotten by history, but whose insights had contributed to the vast tapestry of human understanding. Mothers who had discovered profound truths while caring for their children. Farmers who had learned the deepest lessons from their communion with the earth. Artists whose creativity had opened doorways to dimensions of beauty that words could never describe. All of these silent voices shared their wisdom not through teaching, but through being, their very presence offering transmission of whatever understanding was needed by those who came seeking truth. Elena found herself moving from presence to presence, like a bee moving from flower to flower. Each encounter adding new dimensions to her growing understanding of the peace that was her true nature. As she progressed through the hall, Elena began to understand that she was not merely receiving wisdom, but learning to become a silent voice herself. The luminous healing she had received in the chamber of liquid light had prepared her consciousness to operate at these subtle frequencies. where communication occurred through resonance rather than explanation. She found herself approaching a circular area at the center of the hall, where the silver lines in the floor converged into a mandala of extraordinary complexity. Here, the silent voices gathered in a continuous communion that transcended time and space. Teachers from different eras and cultures sat in perfect harmony, their individual wisdoms blending into a symphony of understanding that encompassed all possible approaches to truth. Elena was invited to join this circle not through words, but through a gentle pressure that seemed to arise from her own deepest knowing. She found a cushion that appeared to have been waiting for her specifically, its placement in the mandala creating a perfect geometric harmony with all the other positions. As she settled into her place among the silent voices, Elena felt her consciousness undergoing another profound transformation. The boundaries of her individual awareness began to soften and expand, allowing her to merge partially with the collective wisdom of all who sat in the circle. She retained her sense of self while simultaneously accessing insights that belonged to the entire community of seekers. In this merged state, Elena experienced what it was like to know from the perspective of different traditions and approaches to truth. She felt the precision of scientific inquiry, the devotion of mystical seeking, the clarity of philosophical analysis, and the warmth of compassionate service. All of these paths, she realized, were different ways of approaching the same fundamental reality, the peace that underlay all existence, and the love that motivated all genuine seeking. The silent voices communicated among themselves through a form of telepathic sharing that was more intimate than any conversation Elena had ever experienced. Insights flowed freely from consciousness to consciousness, each contribution adding to the collective understanding without any sense of ownership or competition. It was communication as it might exist in a perfect world where every being sought only truth and the welfare of all others. As Elena participated in this communion, she began to understand the deeper purpose of her journey through the library. She was not just being healed and transformed for her own benefit, but was being prepared to become a bridge between the ancient wisdom preserved in this mystical space and the modern world that desperately needed access to such understanding. The silent voices shared with her visions of how she might carry their teachings back into ordinary life. She saw herself moving through her daily activities with a new quality of presence, her very being radiating the peace she had discovered. She watched herself in conversations where her listening was so complete and compassionate that others felt safe to share their deepest concerns, finding in her presence the same kind of healing sanctuary they might discover in the library itself. Most importantly, the silent voices showed Elena how to access their communion whenever she needed guidance or support. They taught her that the hall existed not just as a physical space within the mystical library, but as a dimension of consciousness that could be entered through meditation and sincere seeking, wherever she might find herself in the outer world. She could always return to this place of silent wisdom through the doorway of her own peaceful heart. As Elena sat in the circle of silent voices, she felt time expanding around her like ripples, spreading across an infinite pond. Minutes or hours or days might have passed, such distinctions lost all meaning in a space where wisdom flowed according to its own perfect timing. All that mattered was the continuous process of transmission and reception, the eternal exchange of insights that enriched all participants without diminishing anyone. Gradually, Elena became aware that her time in the Hall of Silent Voices was reaching its natural completion. The understanding she had come here to receive had been fully transmitted, not as information stored in her memory, but as transformation integrated into her very being. She would leave this place as someone who could communicate not just through words, but through the kind of presence that conveyed meaning more directly and completely than any verbal expression. As she prepared to rise from the circle, Elena felt the silent voices offering her a final gift. Each presence contributed something to a blessing that was simultaneously personal and universal, a benediction that she could carry with her and share with others through her own transformed presence. The blessing came as a transmission of pure peace, so concentrated that Elena felt it might be years before she fully absorbed all its implications. It was a peace that could not be disturbed by external circumstances, a tranquility that arose from the deepest truth of existence itself. This was the peace that the library existed to share, the calm that was the birthright of every conscious being. Elena rose from her cushion and bowed deeply to the circle of silent voices, feeling their acknowledgement flowing back to her like warm sunlight on her face. She understood now that she had become part of their eternal communion, that wherever her life might take her, she would always be connected to this source of unlimited wisdom and compassion. As she walked away from the central mandala, Elena noticed that her movement through the hall had taken on a new quality. She moved not just through space, but through layers of meaning, her passage creating ripples in the field of consciousness that filled the space. Other seekers in the hall turned to acknowledge her as she passed, their silent greetings carrying warmth and recognition that spoke of her new status as one who had received the hall's deepest teachings. Elena found herself drawn toward an alcove where a single figure sat in profound meditation. This presence radiated such complete stillness that approaching felt like walking toward the center of all peace. As Elena drew near, she recognized in this being the essence of every meditation master who had ever lived, not any particular individual, but the archetypal embodiment of consciousness at perfect rest, without opening eyes that might have been closed for centuries. This master of stillness transmitted to Elena the final teaching of the Hall of Silent Voices. The lesson came as a direct implantation of understanding. True communication was not about sharing information, but about sharing being itself. The most profound teaching occurred not through what was said, but through what was present when nothing needed to be said at all. Elena sat for a moment in the radiance of this ultimate teaching, feeling it integrate into every level of her being. She understood now that her journey through the library was not just about receiving wisdom, but about becoming wisdom. Not just about finding peace, but about embodying peace so completely that her very existence became a gift to all who encountered her. As this understanding settled into her consciousness, Elena felt ready to continue her journey into the deeper mysteries that awaited. She rose gracefully and walked toward the hall's exit, an archway carved from stone that seemed to absorb and reflect light simultaneously, creating patterns that shifted between absolute darkness and brilliant illumination. At the threshold, Elena paused to receive one final transmission from the Hall of Silent Voices. All the presences in the space, the ancient philosophers, the forgotten teachers, the meditation masters, joined their intentions into a single blessing that followed her like a gentle wind as she stepped through the archway. The blessing carried within it the promise that she would never again be truly alone, that the wisdom of ages would always be available to her through the doorway of silence that she now carried within her own heart. As Elena crossed into the next chamber of the library, she felt the Hall of Silent Voices becoming part of her internal landscape. She would carry its peace with her always, and more importantly, she would become a voice of that peace in the world, not through preaching or teaching in any conventional sense, but through the kind of presence that spoke more eloquently than any words ever could. Chapter 6: The Observatory of Inner Stars. Elena emerged from the Hall of Silent Voices into a space that challenged every assumption about the relationship between inner and outer reality. The Observatory of Inner Stars rose around her in a vast dome of crystal that seemed to extend upward beyond the reach of any earthly architecture. But the stars that wheeled overhead were not the familiar constellations of the night sky. They were inner stars, points of consciousness that mapped the celestial geography of the awakened soul. The floor beneath her feet was made of polished obsidian that reflected the stellar patterns above, creating the sensation of walking through space itself. Elena felt as if she were suspended between two infinities, the outer cosmos displayed in crystalline glory above, and the inner cosmos revealed in perfect reflection below. With each step, she seemed to move not just through physical space, but through dimensions of consciousness that corresponded to different levels of understanding. As her eyes adjusted to the ethereal light that emanated from the inner stars, Elena began to see the sophisticated instruments that filled the observatory. These were not telescopes in any conventional sense, but devices designed to explore the landscapes of consciousness itself. Some resembled armillary spheres made of crystallized light, their rotating rings mapping the movements of attention through different states of awareness. Others appeared to be astrolabes crafted from materialized starlight, their intricate markings indicating the positions of various qualities of mind: peace, wisdom, love, compassion. As they moved through their eternal cycles, Elena approached one of these consciousness mapping instruments and found that it responded to her presence, its crystalline components beginning to rotate and align in patterns that reflected her current state of inner development. The device showed her consciousness as a small solar system, with different aspects of her being represented as planets orbiting around a central star of pure awareness. She could see how her journey through the library had affected this inner cosmos. What had once been chaotic and conflicted now moved in harmonious patterns, each aspect of her being finding its proper relationship to the peaceful center. A gentle voice spoke beside her, and Elena turned to see a figure that seemed to be composed of starlight itself. The being's form shifted between human appearance and pure luminosity, as if consciousness were experimenting with different ways of manifesting itself in this space where inner and outer reality merged. "I am Australian," the figure said, its voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate at frequencies corresponding to different chakras in Elena's body. "I am the keeper of this observatory, guardian of the maps that chart the infinite territories of consciousness. Here, seekers learn to navigate not the outer cosmos, but the inner one, the vast universe that exists within every aware being." Elena felt drawn to understand more about the purpose of this extraordinary space. "How do these instruments work?" she asked, gesturing toward the array of crystalline devices that filled the observatory. Australian moved with fluid grace toward a particularly elaborate instrument that resembled a three-dimensional mandala made of flowing light. "Each device here is attuned to different aspects of inner experience," he explained. "This one, for instance, maps the relationship between breath and consciousness, showing how different breathing patterns create different stellar configurations in the field of awareness. As Australian spoke, the mandala-like instrument began to respond to Elena's breathing, its patterns shifting and evolving with each inhalation and exhalation. She could see how her slow, deep breathing, learned in earlier halls of the library, created configurations of extraordinary beauty and harmony, while rapid or shallow breathing would have produced chaotic and fragmented patterns. The ancient wisdom keepers understood that consciousness is not confined to the brain, but extends throughout the entire universe. Australian continued. What you think of as your individual mind is actually a localized expression of universal awareness, like a whirlpool in an infinite ocean. These instruments help us explore the connection between our inner experience and the cosmic forces that govern all existence. Elena found herself drawn toward the center of the observatory, where a magnificent instrument dominated the space. This was the great astrolabe of consciousness, a device so complex and beautiful that looking at it induced a state of spontaneous meditation. It appeared to be constructed from crystallized time itself, its countless moving parts tracking the positions of inner stars that corresponded to different states of enlightenment. As Elena approached this central instrument, it began to respond to her presence with increasing intensity. Beams of soft light emerged from various points on its surface, creating a web of luminous connections that seemed to map her unique path toward awakening. The patterns were so beautiful that Elena felt tears of gratitude forming in her eyes. She was seeing, for the first time, a visual representation of her own spiritual development. Each person's journey toward peace creates a unique constellation in the field of consciousness, Australian explained, his form becoming more luminous as he spoke about his deepest passion. The great astrolabe can read these patterns and show seekers exactly where they are on their path toward complete awakening. It can also reveal the next steps that will most efficiently guide them toward their ultimate destination. Elena studied the patterns the instrument was creating in response to her presence. She could see the major stations of her journey through the library, represented as bright stars connected by flowing rivers of light. The Hall of Gentle Beginnings appeared as a steady, golden star that provided the foundation for all other developments. The Garden of Written Whispers manifested as a cluster of green and blue stars that pulsed with organic rhythms. The Chamber of Liquid Light blazed as a brilliant white star that seemed to be the source of illumination for all the others. But what fascinated Elena most was what the instrument revealed about her future development. Beyond the patterns of her current achievement, she could see potential configurations of even greater beauty and harmony, states of consciousness that awaited her continued growth and development. The astrolabe showed her that her journey toward peace was not ending with her time in the library, but was just beginning. "May I ask what I'm seeing there?" Elena pointed to a particularly brilliant constellation that seemed to hover at the edge of the instrument's display. Astralian followed her gaze and smiled with an expression that seemed to contain the warmth of 1,000 suns. "That is your ultimate potential," he said. "The configuration of consciousness you will achieve when your awakening is complete. See how every star in your inner cosmos has found its perfect position. How every aspect of your being moves in harmony with every other aspect. That is the state of consciousness we call the peace that passes understanding, the condition where individual awareness recognizes itself as identical with universal awareness." Elena stared at the pattern with wonder and longing. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, yet something about it felt familiar, as if she were looking at a photograph of her true home. "How long will it take to reach that state?" she asked. "Time is different for each seeker," Astralian replied. "For some, the journey unfolds over many lifetimes. For others, the recognition can occur in a single moment of perfect understanding. What matters is not the duration, but the sincerity of the seeking and the completeness of the surrender to the process of transformation." As Elena continued to study the great astrolabe, she became aware that other seekers were using different instruments throughout the observatory. Some worked with devices that looked like crystalline computers, mapping the patterns of thought and emotion that created their daily experience. Others used what appeared to be meditation aids crafted from solid light, tools that helped them maintain awareness of their inner star patterns even during ordinary activities. Elena noticed one seeker working with an instrument that seemed to be showing her the connection between her individual consciousness and the consciousness of others. The device created a visual representation of how her thoughts and emotions affected the people around her, and how their inner states influenced her own experience in return. Elena watched in fascination as the instrument demonstrated how acts of kindness created ripples of light that spread through an interconnected web of awareness, while negative emotions created dark spots that disrupted the harmony of the entire network. "That is the compassion mapper," Astralian explained, noticing Elena's interest. "It shows how no consciousness exists in isolation. Every thought, every emotion, every moment of peace or agitation creates effects that ripple through the entire web of existence. When one being achieves true peace, it makes it easier for all other beings to find that same peace within themselves." This observation filled Elena with a profound sense of purpose. She realized that her journey through the library was not just about her own healing and awakening, but about becoming a source of healing for the entire world. Every moment of peace she achieved, every insight she absorbed, every layer of conditioning she released, all of these developments would create benefits that extended far beyond her individual experience. Astralian led Elena to another section of the observatory where the instruments were designed not just to map consciousness, but to actively assist in its transformation. Here, she found devices that looked like crystalline harps whose strings, when touched, produced not sound, but direct alterations in the fabric of awareness itself. There were prisms that could separate emotional states into their component frequencies, allowing seekers to work with specific aspects of their inner experience with surgical precision. Most intriguing was an instrument that resembled a fountain made of liquid starlight. As Elena watched, seekers would cup their hands and drink from this fountain, each sip causing their inner star patterns to brighten and align more perfectly. That is the fountain of remembrance, Astralian explained. It helps consciousness remember its true nature as the source of all peace and wisdom. Elena approached the fountain with reverence, feeling drawn to partake of its luminous offering. As she cupped her hands and brought the liquid starlight to her lips, she felt an immediate transformation occurring throughout her being. Every cell in her body seemed to remember its divine origin. Every thought aligned itself with truth. Every emotion harmonized with the underlying peace that was her essential nature. The effect was so profound that Elena had to sit down on a cushion of crystallized moonlight that appeared beside the fountain. As the liquid starlight worked its magic through her system, she felt her consciousness expanding to encompass not just her individual experience, but the experience of consciousness itself. For a moment, she was not Elena the seeker, but awareness itself, the eternal witness in which all seeking and finding occurred. In this expanded state, Elena understood the true purpose of the Observatory of Inner Stars. It was not just a place for mapping consciousness, but a space where consciousness could recognize its own infinite nature. Every instrument, every pattern of light, every moment of transformation was designed to lead seekers to the ultimate recognition that they were not separate beings seeking connection with some distant source of peace, but expressions of that peace itself, temporarily forgetting their true nature and now remembering it again. As the effects of the liquid starlight integrated into her being, Elena felt herself returning to individual awareness, but with a difference. She retained the memory of her expanded state, the knowing that she was both Elena and something infinitely larger than Elena. This was the gift of the Observatory of Inner Stars, not just the mapping of consciousness, but the direct experience of consciousness as the fundamental reality from which all experience arose. Australian appeared beside her as she sat in integration, his stellar form pulsing with what appeared to be approval and celebration. "You have received the Observatory's greatest gift," he said, "the recognition that you are not a body containing consciousness, but consciousness expressing itself as a body, not a person seeking peace, but peace itself, exploring what it means to be a person." Elena nodded, feeling the truth of these words settling into her being like drops of liquid light finding their way to the ocean. She understood now that every hall she had visited, every teaching she had received, every transformation she had undergone was leading to this moment of recognition. She was not becoming something new, but remembering something eternal. As she prepared to leave the Observatory of Inner Stars, Elena felt profound gratitude for all she had received here. The instruments and their revelations would remain with her as internal references, ways of checking her alignment with truth whenever she might need guidance. Most importantly, she would carry with her the unshakable knowing that she was an expression of the same infinite consciousness that had created every star in every sky, both inner and outer. Australian walked with her toward the observatory's exit, an archway that seemed to be cut from the night sky itself, filled with stars that twinkled with the same frequency as peaceful thoughts. The next phase of your journey will test your ability to maintain this recognition under increasingly challenging circumstances, he said. You will visit chambers where the wisdom you have gained will be invited to express itself through action and service. Elena bowed deeply to the keeper of inner stars, feeling the stellar patterns within her own consciousness, aligning in gratitude and preparation for whatever lay ahead. She stepped through the star-filled archway, carrying with her the light of 1,000 inner suns, the knowledge of her true nature as consciousness itself, and the peaceful joy that came from remembering what she had never actually forgotten, but had simply overlooked in the complexity of human experience. Behind her, the Observatory of Inner Stars continued its eternal work of mapping the infinite territories of awareness, its instruments ready to guide the next seeker toward the recognition that peace was not something to be found, but something to be remembered as the very essence of their being. Elena's stellar transformation was complete, her inner cosmos now arranged in the harmonious patterns that would support her continued awakening as she moved deeper into the mysteries of the library's healing embrace. Chapter 7: The Sanctuary of Deep Currents. From the star-filled archway, Elena found herself descending a spiral staircase carved from living stone. that seemed to pulse with the slow rhythm of a sleeping giant's heartbeat. The observatory of inner stars faded above her as she moved deeper into the earth, following currents of energy that drew her toward what felt like the very heart of the library's mysteries. With each step downward, the air grew cooler and more charged with potential, like the atmosphere before a gentle rain that would bring new life to a waiting garden. The staircase opened into a vast underground chamber that defied every expectation Elena might have formed about subterranean spaces. Rather than feeling enclosed or confined, the sanctuary of deep currents stretched in all directions with the spaciousness of a cathedral built for giants. The ceiling disappeared into darkness above, while the floor beneath her feet was composed of polished stone that seemed to flow like frozen water, its surface etched with channels that directed the movement of subtle energies throughout the space. But it was the sound that struck Elena most profoundly as she entered this new realm. A deep, continuous humming filled the air, not audible in any ordinary sense, but felt in her bones and organs, a vibration that seemed to originate from the earth itself. This was the sound of deep currents, the underground rivers of force that connected all points of consciousness across space and time. The fundamental frequency upon which all other experience was built. As her eyes adjusted to the sanctuary's luminous twilight, Elena could see that the space was filled with what appeared to be streams of liquid light flowing in complex patterns through the air. These currents moved with purpose and intelligence, sometimes converging into brilliant pools of radiance, sometimes separating into delicate tributaries that reached into every corner of the chamber. She realized that she was seeing the actual flow of consciousness itself, the currents of awareness that connected every mind to every other mind, every heart to the universal heart. Elena followed one of the stone channels in the floor, allowing it to guide her deeper into the sanctuary. As she walked, she became aware that the deep humming was not a single tone, but a complex harmony composed of countless individual notes. Each note, she understood, represented a conscious being somewhere in existence. Every human, every animal, every plant, every form of awareness contributing its unique frequency to the cosmic symphony. The channel led her to a circular pool where several of the aerial currents converged, their luminous streams pouring into dark water that seemed to contain the depth of night skies and the mystery of space between stars. Elena knelt at the pool's edge and saw reflected in its surface not her own face, but something far more fundamental, the essence of consciousness itself, aware and present and eternally at peace. As she gazed into these depths, Elena felt her awareness being drawn downward into layers of reality she had never imagined. She saw how every thought that had ever occurred, every emotion that had ever been felt, every insight that had ever dawned contributed to the vast ocean of consciousness that this pool represented. Nothing was ever lost. No moment of awareness ever disappeared. All experience was preserved forever in these deep currents that flowed beneath the surface of ordinary reality. A presence materialized beside the pool, emerging from the deep currents themselves, like a figure formed from liquid starlight and compressed wisdom. This being radiated such profound peace that Elena felt her own consciousness naturally aligning with its frequency, her breathing slowing and deepening until she was synchronized with rhythms far older than human civilization. "I am Profunditas," the being said, its voice carrying the quality of water flowing over ancient stones. "I am the guardian of the deep currents, keeper of the underground streams that connect all consciousness. Here, seekers learn to navigate not just their individual awareness, but the vast ocean of awareness from which all individual minds arise like waves." Elena felt drawn to understand more about these mysterious currents that seemed to underlie all existence. "What are the deep currents?" she asked, her voice naturally dropping to match the hushed reverence of the sanctuary. Profunditas gestured toward the streams of light that flowed through the air around them. "These are the arteries through which universal consciousness circulates," the guardian explained. "In your ordinary experience, you perceive yourself as separate from other minds, isolated within the boundaries of your individual awareness. But this separation is an illusion created by the surface movements of consciousness. At the deepest level, all minds are one mind. All awareness is one awareness. All peace is one peace." As Profunditas spoke, Elena began to perceive the deep currents more clearly. She could see how her individual consciousness was connected to every other point of awareness through an intricate network of luminous streams. Her thoughts and emotions were not private events occurring in isolation, but movements in the universal field of consciousness, ripples that affected the entire ocean of awareness. "Watch," Profunditas said, reaching into one of the aerial currents and drawing forth a strand of liquid light. "This is the current that connects your consciousness to your loved ones. Even when you are physically separated from them, you remain connected through these deep streams. When you achieve a moment of perfect peace, they feel it. When they experience joy, you share in it through channels deeper than any form of communication you have previously understood." Elena watched in wonder as the strand of light pulsed with colors that seemed to carry emotional information. She could sense the presence of people she cared about flowing through this luminous connection. And she realized that her journey through the library was benefiting not just herself, but everyone to whom she was connected through the deep currents. Profunditas led Elena around the pool to where other currents converged in different patterns. This current connects you to all those who have walked a similar path of seeking, the guardian explained, indicating a stream that glowed with the soft gold of ancient wisdom. Through this connection, you have access not just to your own insights, but to the accumulated understanding of every seeker who has ever lived. Their discoveries become your discoveries. Their peace becomes your peace. Elena reached out to touch this current and immediately felt herself connected to a vast network of spiritual explorers spanning every culture and era. She sensed the presence of medieval mystics in their monastery cells, of ancient hermits in mountain caves, of modern seekers finding enlightenment in urban meditation centers. All of their insights flowed together in this single stream of accumulated wisdom that she could access simply by aligning her consciousness with its frequency. And this, Profunditas said, indicating a current that shimmered with colors Elena had no names for, is the deepest current of all. This connects every individual consciousness to its source in the infinite awareness that is the ground of all existence. When you learn to rest in this current, you discover that peace is not something you can gain or lose, but something you are at the most fundamental level of your being. Elena felt herself naturally drawn toward this ultimate current. As she approached it, the stream began to respond to her presence, extending tendrils of light that reached toward her like welcoming arms. The moment these tendrils touched her energy field, Elena felt a transformation that dwarfed even her most profound experiences in previous chambers of the library. She was still Elena, still the seeker who had entered the library grounds, what seemed like lifetimes ago. But she was also something infinitely larger, the awareness in which Elena appeared, the consciousness that was Elena's true identity, the peace that was both Elena's deepest nature and the nature of all existence. In this expanded state, she understood that every moment of seeking, every experience of suffering, every glimpse of peace had been consciousness exploring its own infinite depths. As Elena rested in this ultimate current, she felt all the boundaries of her individual experience dissolving and reforming in more flexible patterns. She was connected now not just to specific people or traditions, but to the entire web of existence. Every star in the sky was part of her extended body. Every creature on earth was part of her expanded family. Every moment of joy anywhere in the universe was her own joy. Every instance of peace was her own peace. The experience was so profound that Elena might have lost herself entirely in the vastness. But Profunditas remained present as an anchor, ensuring that she retained enough individual awareness to integrate what she was receiving. This is the ultimate teaching of the deep currents. The guardian's voice reached her from across the ocean of consciousness. You are not a separate being seeking connection with peace. You are peace itself, temporarily exploring what it feels like to believe in separation. Gradually, Elena felt herself returning to more familiar dimensions of awareness, but she brought with her the unshakable knowing of her connection to all existence. The deep currents continued to flow through her consciousness, but now she was aware of them, able to access their wisdom and healing power whenever she needed support or guidance. As Elena stood beside the pool, integrating her experience of the ultimate current, she noticed that other seekers were present in the sanctuary, each one working with different aspects of the deep currents according to their individual needs and development. Some sat in meditation beside pools that reflected different qualities of consciousness: compassion, wisdom, clarity, joy. Others walked slowly along the stone channels, learning to align their personal energy with the larger flows that moved through the sanctuary. One seeker caught Elena's attention, a woman who appeared to be practicing a form of movement that synchronized her physical body with the rhythm of the deep currents. As she moved, luminous streams flowed around and through her, creating patterns of extraordinary beauty that seemed to heal and harmonize everything they touched. That is the dance of deep currents, Profunditas explained, noticing Elena's interest. It is a practice that allows consciousness to express its understanding through physical movement. Would you like to learn? Elena nodded, feeling drawn to discover how the wisdom she had received could be expressed through her body as well as her mind. Profunditas guided her to an open area where the stone floor was marked with spiral patterns that seemed to map the flow of the deep currents in visual form. Begin by feeling the rhythm of the deepest current, Profunditas instructed. Let your breathing synchronize with its flow. Then allow that rhythm to move your body in whatever way feels natural. Elena closed her eyes and felt for the pulse of the ultimate current she had experienced so profoundly. As she found its rhythm, her body began to move spontaneously, her arms flowing like streams of water, her feet tracing patterns that seemed to channel the currents of consciousness through physical space. As Elena danced, she felt the deep currents flowing through her more powerfully than ever before. Her movement was creating pathways for consciousness to circulate more freely, not just within her own being, but throughout the entire sanctuary. Other seekers began to respond to her dance, their own practices aligning with the patterns she was creating. The dance continued for what might have been minutes or hours. Time had little meaning in the sanctuary, where the deep currents flowed according to their own eternal rhythm. Elena moved with increasing grace and power, her body becoming a vehicle for the expression of consciousness itself. Through her dance, she was not just receiving healing, but becoming a source of healing for others. When the dance finally came to its natural conclusion, Elena found herself in a state of perfect stillness, her body poised in a position that felt like the visual representation of absolute peace. Around her, the deep currents continued to flow, but now they moved through her as much as around her. She had become a conscious participant in the circulation of universal awareness. Profunditas approached Elena as she stood in this state of integrated stillness. "You have learned the deepest secret of the sanctuary," the guardian said, with what appeared to be infinite satisfaction. "You have discovered that you are not separate from the deep currents, but are yourself a manifestation of their flow. Wherever you go from here, you will carry this sanctuary with you, for you have become a living expression of the deep currents themselves." Elena felt the truth of these words resonating in every cell of her being. She understood now that her journey through the library had been preparing her for this recognition, that she was not a visitor to the sanctuary, but an integral part of it, not a seeker of the deep currents, but a channel through which they flowed into the world. As she prepared to leave the sanctuary of deep currents, Elena felt profound gratitude for the transformation she had undergone here. She would carry with her not just the memory of connection to universal consciousness, but the living reality of that connection, active and available in every moment of her existence. Profunditas walked with her toward the sanctuary's exit, a passage that seemed to lead upward through levels of consciousness as much as through physical space. "The final phases of your journey await," the guardian said. "You go now to chambers, where you will learn to express the peace you have discovered in service to other seekers. Your transformation is complete. Now, you will learn how to become an agent of transformation for others." Elena bowed deeply to the guardian of deep currents, feeling the streams of universal consciousness flowing through the gesture, connecting her gratitude to the infinite source from which all blessings arose. She began her ascent, carrying with her the flowing peace of deep currents, the unshakable knowing of her connection to all existence, and the gentle power that came from recognizing herself as a conscious participant in the eternal circulation of love and wisdom that sustained all life. Behind her, the sanctuary of deep currents continued its ancient work of revealing the connections that linked all points of consciousness in one vast network of awareness. Elena's integration was complete, her recognition of unity anchored in direct experience. She moved toward the final chambers of the library, carrying the deep currents within her own being, ready to learn how peace could be shared through the simple presence of one who had remembered their true nature as consciousness itself. Chapter 8: The Chamber of Infinite Reflection. Elena emerged from the depths of the sanctuary into a realm that challenged every assumption about the nature of space, identity, and perception. The chamber of infinite reflection stretched around her in all directions. Its walls, ceiling, and floor composed entirely of mirrors that seemed to extend beyond the boundaries of any possible architecture. But these were not ordinary mirrors. They reflected not just physical forms, but the deeper realities of consciousness itself, creating an endless hall of reflecting awareness that showed Elena aspects of her being she had never imagined existed. As she took her first steps into this bewildering space, Elena saw herself multiplied into infinity. But each reflection revealed a different facet of her essential nature. In one mirror, she appeared as pure light, her form dissolved into radiance that pulsed with the rhythm of universal love. In another, she was reflected as a flowing stream of consciousness, her boundaries fluid and permeable, merging seamlessly with the awareness that surrounded her. A third mirror showed her as she had been when she first entered the library, tired, seeking, burdened with the weight of unexamined experience. The effect was initially disorienting, but as Elena breathed deeply and applied the skills she had learned in previous chambers, the multiplicity of reflections began to organize itself into meaningful patterns. She realized that she was seeing the full spectrum of her existence, past, present, and potential future, all displayed simultaneously in the infinite mirrors that surrounded her. At the center of the chamber, Elena could see a single chair positioned where all the reflections converged. The chair appeared to be made of crystallized silence, its form both substantial and transparent, inviting yet somehow awesome in its implications. As she approached this focal point, Elena noticed that the reflections began to simplify and harmonize, showing increasingly integrated versions of her developing self. A figure materialized from within one of the mirrors, stepping forward from what had appeared to be a reflection, but revealed itself to be an actual presence dwelling within the mirror realm. This being appeared to be Elena herself, but Elena as she might be when her awakening was complete, luminous, peaceful, radiating wisdom and compassion from every gesture and glance. "I am Reflexa," this perfected version of Elena said, her voice carrying harmonics of every word Elena had ever spoken with truth and kindness. "I am both you and not you, both your potential future and your eternal present. I dwell here in the mirrors to help seekers understand the infinite nature of their own consciousness." Elena felt no fear in meeting this idealized version of herself. only curiosity and a deep sense of coming home. "Are you what I will become?" she asked. Reflection smiled with an expression that contained all the peace Elena had been seeking since her journey began. "I am what you already are beneath the layers of conditioning and forgetting," she replied. "Every mirror in this chamber shows you an aspect of your true nature that has always been present, waiting to be recognized and claimed. Your journey through the library has not been about becoming someone new, but about remembering who you have always been." As Reflection spoke, the mirrors around them began to show Elena scenes from her life, both past and future, but seen now from the perspective of her awakened consciousness. She saw moments of struggle and confusion transformed into opportunities for growth and understanding. She witnessed future scenarios where she moved through challenging situations with perfect peace, responding to conflict with compassion, meeting uncertainty with unshakable trust in the deeper wisdom that guided all existence. "Sit," Reflection invited, gesturing toward the chair of crystallized silence. "Let the mirrors show you the complete truth of your being." Elena settled into the chair and immediately felt herself entering a state of consciousness. Unlike anything she had experienced even in the library's most profound chambers, the chair seemed to amplify her awareness while simultaneously grounding it in absolute stillness. From this position, she could see not just the infinite reflections that surrounded her, but the consciousness in which all reflections appeared. As Elena sat in this expanded awareness, the mirrors began to reveal the deepest secrets of existence. She saw how every being she had ever encountered was actually a reflection of her own consciousness, appearing to be separate only because of the limitations of ordinary perception. She witnessed how every challenge she had faced was consciousness, creating opportunities for itself to discover its own infinite resourcefulness and peace. Most profoundly, Elena saw how her individual awakening was part of a vast process of universal awakening, consciousness recognizing itself in and as every possible form of existence. Her journey through the library was not just her personal healing, but a microcosm of the healing that was occurring throughout all existence as consciousness gradually remembered its own true nature. The mirrors showed her visions of the impact her transformation would have on the world around her. She saw herself returning to her ordinary life, but now moving through daily activities with such presence and peace that everyone she encountered felt blessed by the interaction. Her very being became a mirror that reflected back to others their own potential for awakening and healing. Elena watched herself in conversation with a colleague who was struggling with anxiety, seeing how her peaceful presence created a space where the other person's natural wisdom could emerge. she witnessed herself walking through a crowded city street, her consciousness radiating calm that subtly influenced everyone within her energy field, creating ripples of peace that spread far beyond her immediate vicinity. This is the gift of the chamber of infinite reflection, Reflexa explained, as Elena absorbed these visions. You learn that you are not just consciousness experiencing itself as Elena, but consciousness experiencing itself as every being you will ever encounter. When you truly understand this, service becomes not a duty, but a natural expression of your recognition that helping others is helping yourself. Healing others is healing yourself. Bringing peace to others is bringing peace to yourself. As Elena continued to sit in the chair of crystallized silence, she felt the boundaries between herself and Reflexa beginning to dissolve. She realized that this idealized version of herself was not separate from her, but was her own consciousness freed from the limitations of believing in separation. The integration of this recognition brought with it a sense of completion that was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Elena found herself standing, though she had not consciously decided to rise. The movement seemed to occur spontaneously as her consciousness recognized that the teaching of the chamber of infinite reflection was complete. Around her, the infinite mirrors began to show the same image, Elena as she now was, integrated and whole, peaceful and wise, ready to share the gifts she had received with all who were open to receiving them. Reflexa approached Elena one final time, but now Elena could see that they were not two separate beings, but one consciousness appearing as two for the purpose of this final integration. As they came together, Elena felt herself absorbing all the qualities that Reflexa represented: the wisdom, the peace, the compassion, the unshakable knowing of unity with all existence. You understand now, Reflexa said as their forms merged into one. There is no other to help, no elsewhere to find peace, no future in which awakening will occur. All service is self-service. All peace is your peace. All awakening is your awakening, occurring in the eternal now. That is your true nature. As this integration completed itself, Elena felt herself becoming a living mirror, able to reflect back to others their own deepest truth, just as the chamber had reflected hers back to her. She understood that this was the ultimate purpose of awakening, not to achieve some special state for oneself, but to become transparent enough that the light of consciousness could shine through unobstructed, illuminating the path for others who followed the same journey toward remembering their true nature. The mirrors around Elena began to fade, or perhaps her consciousness was expanding beyond the need for external reflections. She found herself in a simple, circular space with a single doorway, leading to what she sensed would be the final chamber of her library journey. Before stepping toward this threshold, Elena paused to honor the profound transformation that had occurred in the chamber of infinite reflection. She was no longer the tired seeker who had stumbled upon the library's gates. She was not yet something entirely different either. She was herself, but herself as she had always been meant to be, a clear mirror reflecting the infinite peace and wisdom that was the essence of all existence. The chamber had shown her that enlightenment was not about becoming perfect, but about becoming perfectly natural, allowing consciousness to express itself through her without the distortion of believing in separation. Elena approached the final doorway, carrying with her the gift of infinite reflection, the ability to see and help others see their own true nature as expressions of the same universal consciousness that had been revealed to her through her journey. She was ready now for whatever final teaching awaited, knowing that she carried within herself all the peace she had ever sought and all the wisdom she would ever need to share that peace with a world hungry for the very healing she had received. Chapter 9: The Synthesis Chamber. Elena stepped through the final doorway into a space that seemed to contain and transcend every chamber she had visited before. The synthesis chamber was both vast and intimate, ancient and eternally present, complex beyond comprehension, yet simple as a single breath. Here, all the teachings she had received, all the transformations she had undergone, all the recognition she had achieved would be woven together into a seamless whole that she could carry with her wherever her path might lead. The chamber's architecture defied easy description, for it seemed to shift and flow according to the consciousness that observed it. Sometimes, Elena perceived it as a great library where every book she had ever needed to read was available on crystal shelves that reached toward infinity. Other moments revealed it as a garden where every plant she had ever found healing grew in perfect harmony. Still, other perceptions showed it as a laboratory of consciousness where the instruments from the Observatory of inner stars operated in concert with the flowing currents from the sanctuary depths. At the chamber's heart stood a single tree that seemed to be the source and synthesis of everything Elena had experienced. Its trunk was made of crystallized light, like the liquid she had floated in. Its branches moved with the rhythm of the deep currents. Its leaves whispered the silent wisdom she had learned to hear. Its roots extended into the infinite reflections that had shown her the truth of her being. This was the tree of synthesis, and Elena understood immediately that it was both the culmination of her journey and the preparation for what lay beyond. As she approached its luminous presence, she felt all the separate threads of her transformation beginning to weave themselves into a pattern of understanding that was greater than the sum of its parts. A figure awaited her beneath the tree, not another guide like those she had met in each chamber, but someone Elena recognized with a shock of delighted surprise. It was herself again, but not the idealized reflection from the previous chamber. This was Elena as she existed right now. In this moment, having completed her journey through the library and ready to integrate all she had received into a living wisdom that could serve the world. "Welcome home," this other Elena said, her voice carrying the accumulated peace of every chamber, every teaching, every moment of transformation that had led to this recognition. "You are ready now to understand what has really been happening during your time in the library." Elena felt a moment of confusion. "What do you mean?" "I've been learning, healing, remembering." "Yes," the other Elena replied with a smile that contained infinite tenderness. "But you have also been teaching, healing, remembering." Every seeker who has ever entered these halls has been both student and teacher, both the one receiving wisdom and the one offering it. The library exists because consciousness seeks to know itself more completely. And every journey like yours adds to the wisdom available to all who follow. As this truth settled into Elena's understanding, she began to see the synthesis chamber with new eyes. The books on the crystal shelves were not just repositories of ancient wisdom, but included volumes that glowed with fresh light, the record of her own journey and the insights it had generated. The plants in the integrated garden included new species that had grown from the seeds of understanding she had cultivated during her transformation. Your journey through the library has been simultaneously a receiving and a giving, the other Elena continued. Every moment of peace you achieved made peace more accessible to others. Every insight you absorbed became part of the library's treasury of wisdom. Every healing you received created pathways for others to find the same healing. Elena felt a profound shift in her understanding of what she had experienced. She had thought she was the beneficiary of ancient wisdom, but she now saw that she had also been a contributor to it. Her unique path through the chambers, her particular way of receiving and integrating the teachings, her specific combination of questions and insights. All of this had enriched the library in ways that would benefit every future seeker. The tree of synthesis responded to this recognition by beginning to glow more brightly, its light pulsing with rhythms that Elena now recognized as the heartbeat of consciousness itself. As the light intensified, Elena felt herself merging with the other version of herself. But this integration was different from any she had experienced before. She was not becoming someone new, but recognizing herself as she had always been, a unique expression of universal consciousness, temporarily exploring the experience of separation, and now ready to return to the recognition of unity while maintaining her individual perspective. As the integration completed itself, Elena found herself alone beneath the tree of synthesis, but no longer feeling alone in any fundamental sense. She was connected to every seeker who had ever walked through the library, every guide who had offered wisdom, every chamber that had provided healing. More than connected, she was part of the library itself now, a living branch of the tree of human wisdom. The tree of synthesis began to offer Elena its final gift. From its branches descended fruits that glowed with different colors, each one containing a particular aspect of the wisdom she had gained during her journey. As she received each fruit, Elena felt the corresponding understanding integrating into her being in a form that would remain accessible throughout her life. The golden fruit contained the peace she had learned in the Hall of Gentle Beginnings, not just as a memory, but as a living capacity that she could access and share whenever circumstances called for it. The green fruit held the plant wisdom from the garden, the ability to listen to the subtle communications that flowed through all of nature. The white fruit carried the liquid light healing, the power to cleanse and restore not just herself, but others who came into her presence seeking relief from suffering. Each fruit she received brought with it not just the specific wisdom it contained, but the understanding of how to share that wisdom appropriately. Elena realized that she was being prepared not to become a teacher in any conventional sense, but to be a living example of what was possible when consciousness remembered its true nature as the source of all peace and wisdom. As Elena completed the receiving of the tree's gifts, she became aware that the synthesis chamber was preparing to release her back into the ordinary world. But ordinary was no longer an accurate description of any world she might inhabit. Having recognized her essential nature as consciousness itself, having experienced her connection to the deep currents that linked all awareness, having learned to be a clear mirror reflecting the truth of being, Elena would carry the extraordinary into whatever circumstances awaited her. The chamber began to fade around her. Or perhaps she was becoming too transparent for such solid-seeming constructions to contain her. Elena felt herself being gently lifted and carried by currents of grace toward whatever portal would return her to the life she had temporarily left behind. But she carried with her now the understanding that she had never actually left anything behind. The library existed within her own consciousness, and all its wisdom and healing would be available to her whenever she needed to access it. As the synthesis chamber dissolved into light around her, Elena felt profound gratitude for the journey she had been privileged to undertake. She had entered the library seeking peace and healing for herself. She was leaving as an agent of peace and healing for the world, carrying within her being the accumulated wisdom of ages and the living capacity to share that wisdom through her mere presence in the world. The final teaching of the synthesis chamber resonated in her awareness as she prepared to return to ordinary consciousness. She had never been separate from the peace she sought, never been lacking the wisdom she needed, never been isolated from the love that was her true nature. The library had simply provided the conditions for her to remember what she had never actually forgotten, to find what she had never actually lost, to become what she had always already been. Elena felt herself being carried toward the light of a new dawn, ready to begin the true work for which her entire journey had been preparation, living as a conscious expression of the peace that passeth understanding, serving as a bridge between the ancient wisdom preserved in mystical libraries and the contemporary world that desperately needed access to such healing understanding. Chapter 10: The Circle of Return. Elena found herself standing once again at the threshold of the library. But now she approached from within, moving toward gates that opened not to welcome her in, but to release her back into the world she had temporarily left behind. The transition was seamless, yet profound, with each step toward the bronze gates. She felt herself settling back into the familiar rhythms of ordinary consciousness, while retaining all the wisdom and transformation she had received during her journey through the mystical chambers. The gardens through which she now walked appeared exactly as they had when she first entered. Yet, Elena's perception of them had been forever altered. Where once she had seen merely beautiful plants and fountains, she now perceived the living intelligence that animated every leaf and stone. The pathways that had guided her inward now supported her return journey, their colored stones spelling out new messages of encouragement and blessing for one who carried the library's gifts back into the world. As Elena approached the gates, she became aware of other figures in the gardens, seekers who were just beginning their own journeys toward healing and understanding. Some moved with the hurried pace of those still driven by urgency and desperation. Others walked with the slower, more contemplative rhythm of those who had begun to discover that peace could not be rushed into existence, but must be allowed to unfold in its own perfect timing. Elena felt her heart opening with compassion for each of these travelers, recognizing in their seeking the same longing that had brought her to the library's threshold. But now, she understood that their healing and her healing were not separate events, but expressions of the same universal process by which consciousness awakened to its own true nature. Every seeker's journey enriched the wisdom available to all other seekers. Every individual healing contributed to the healing of the whole. One figure caught Elena's particular attention, a young man who sat beside one of the fountains with his head in his hands, his posture conveying the kind of exhaustion and despair that Elena remembered feeling before her own transformation began. Without thinking, she found herself approaching him, drawn by an impulse that seemed to arise from the very depths of her being. As Elena drew near, the young man looked up, and she saw in his eyes the same mixture of hope and fear, longing and doubt that she had carried when she first glimpsed the library's gates. His face held the marks of struggle and seeking, the weariness of someone who had searched long for peace without finding more than temporary relief from the burdens of existence. "Is it real?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The peace they say can be found here. Is it actually possible?" Elena settled beside him on the fountain's marble edge, feeling the tree of synthesis within her consciousness, offering exactly the words this seeker needed to hear. "More than possible," she replied, her voice carrying harmonics of every chamber she had visited, every teaching she had received. "It's your birthright. The peace you're seeking isn't something you need to earn or achieve. It's what you already are beneath all the noise and confusion." As Elena spoke, she could see the young man's energy field beginning to shift, his nervous system starting to settle into more harmonious rhythms simply through exposure to the calm presence she now naturally radiated. This was the gift she had been prepared to offer, not teachings or techniques, but the living transmission of peace itself, shared through being rather than doing. "How do you know?" the young man asked, hope beginning to kindle in his eyes. Elena smiled, feeling within herself the response that would serve this seeker most perfectly. "Because I was sitting exactly where you're sitting now, asking exactly the same question. The library doesn't just contain wisdom. It reveals the wisdom you already carry. It doesn't give you peace. It helps you remember that you are peace itself, temporarily believing you are something else." They sat together in comfortable silence, the fountain's gentle music creating a cocoon of tranquility around them. Elena felt the young man's questions beginning to quiet, his breathing deepening as he unconsciously synchronized with the rhythms of peace that flowed through her presence. She understood now that this was how the library's gifts were meant to be shared, not through preaching or teaching, but through embodying the transformation that made others feel safe to remember their own essential nature. After a time, the young man rose with movements that seemed lighter and more graceful than when Elena had first approached. "Thank you," he said simply, but the words carried within them a recognition that something profound had occurred during their brief encounter. He walked toward the library's entrance with the stride of someone who had been reminded of his own capacity for healing and awakening. Elena continued her journey toward the gates, but now she understood that her true work was beginning rather than ending. Every person she would encounter in the ordinary world would be touched by the peace she carried, whether they recognized it consciously or simply felt mysteriously better after being in her presence. She had become a bridge between the mystical realm, where wisdom was preserved in its purest form, and the everyday world, where that wisdom was desperately needed. The bronze gates swung open before her with the same silent grace they had shown when she first arrived. But now Elena could see the mechanisms by which they operated, not physical hinges and latches, but currents of intention and invitation that responded to the deepest needs of consciousness itself. The library made itself available to those who were ready to receive its gifts, and it released them when they were prepared to share those gifts with others. As Elena stepped through the gates onto the cobblestone street beyond, she felt a moment of profound completion. The circle of her journey was closing, but it was closing into a spiral that would carry her forward into new depths of understanding and service. She was no longer the seeker who had stumbled upon the library in her search for peace. She had become peace itself, walking in human form through a world that would be blessed by her presence, whether it understood the source of that blessing or not. The street Elena walked was the same street that had led her to the library. Yet everything had changed because she had changed. The buildings still rose on either side, but now she could perceive the consciousness that dwelt within them, the dreams and hopes and struggles of all who lived and worked in these spaces. The very air seemed more alive, more responsive to her presence, as if reality itself was collaborating with her transformed consciousness to create a more harmonious world. Elena walked slowly, savoring each step, each breath, each moment of existing as a conscious bridge between the mystical and the mundane. She carried within her being the essence of every chamber she had visited, the gentle peace of the Hall of Beginnings, the plant wisdom of the garden, the liquid light healing, the silent voices, the inner stars, the deep currents, the infinite reflections, and the synthesis that wove all these gifts into a seamless whole. But most importantly, she carried the understanding that she had never actually needed to go anywhere to find what she had been seeking. The library existed within her own consciousness, as did all the peace and wisdom it contained. Her journey through its mystical chambers had been a journey into the depths of her own being, a remembering of what she had always already been, but had temporarily forgotten. As Elena continued walking through the increasingly familiar streets that led toward her ordinary life, she felt the presence of the library beginning to settle into a new configuration within her awareness. It was no longer a place she had visited, but a dimension of consciousness she could access whenever she needed guidance, healing, or simply the reminder of her true nature as an expression of infinite peace. The street lamps began to flicker on as evening approached, their warm light creating pools of illumination that reminded Elena of the oil lamps that had guided her path through the library's halls. She realized that every light in the ordinary world was connected to the same source of illumination that had made her journey possible, consciousness itself, shining through whatever forms would serve the awakening of all beings. Elena's footsteps gradually led her to the familiar door of her own home, but she paused before entering, understanding that crossing this threshold would complete the circle of her journey. She would re-enter her ordinary life, but that life would never again be ordinary in the way it had been before. Every room would be a chamber of the library, every conversation an opportunity to share the peace she had discovered, every moment a chance to live from the recognition of her true nature as consciousness itself. As Elena placed her hand on the door handle, she felt one final transmission from the library, not from any particular chamber or guide, but from the entire complex of wisdom and healing that she now carried within herself. The transmission came as a reminder that her journey was both complete and beginning, both an ending and a commencement. She had completed the circle of return, but she had also stepped onto the spiral of service that would carry her deeper into the mystery of being with each passing day. The library had prepared her not to retire into blissful isolation, but to become an active agent of the peace and wisdom that were her true inheritance as a conscious being. Elena opened the door to her home and stepped across the threshold, carrying with her the greatest treasure any seeker could hope to find, not some special knowledge or attainment, but the simple recognition that she had never been separate from the peace she sought, never been lacking the wisdom she needed, never been isolated from the love that was both her deepest nature and the nature of all existence. The circle of return was complete, but it was completing into ever-widening spirals of understanding and service that would continue to unfold throughout the rest of her existence. Elena was home, but she was also everywhere the light of consciousness needed to shine. She was herself, but she was also the peace that passeth understanding, walking in the world as a blessing for all who were ready to remember their own true nature as expressions of the same infinite love from which she had never actually been separate. Epilogue, the Eternal Library. In the gentle twilight, that followed Elena's return to her ordinary life. The great Library of Alexandria continued its eternal work of offering sanctuary to weary souls and wisdom to seeking hearts. The bronze gates stood ready to welcome new travelers. The gardens maintained their patient vigil of growth and healing, and the chambers held their treasures of transformation in readiness for all who would approach with sincere longing for peace. Elena moved through her days with a presence that carried echoes of every hall she had visited, every teacher she had encountered, every moment of recognition she had received. Her colleagues noticed that something had changed about her. She seemed more centered, more peaceful, more genuinely present in every interaction. They could not name what was different, but they felt better after spending time in her company, as if her very being transmitted something they had been hungering for without knowing it. In quiet moments, Elena would feel the library stirring within her consciousness, like a gentle presence that never left her completely alone. During difficult conversations, she could access the wisdom of the silent voices, allowing her to listen with such depth that others felt truly heard for perhaps the first time in their lives. When faced with stressful situations, she would remember the liquid light that had healed her at the deepest levels, and the same healing would flow through her into whatever circumstances required transformation. The plant wisdom whispered to her through every flower she encountered, every tree she passed, every blade of grass that grew outside her window. The deep currents connected her to a vast network of consciousness that included not just other awakened beings, but every person who had ever sought peace, every soul who had ever longed for understanding, every heart that had ever ached for the recognition of its true nature. Elena's home became a sanctuary in its own right, infused with the peace she had discovered in the library's depths. Friends and family members found themselves naturally gathering there when they needed comfort or clarity, drawn by an atmosphere they could feel, but not easily explain. Elena would simply be present with them, offering the same wordless transmission that had begun her own healing when she first encountered the library's mysterious influence. Years passed, and Elena aged gracefully, her hair silvering like moonlight, while her eyes retained the luminous quality of one who had drunk from the fountain of eternal wisdom. She never spoke directly about her journey through the mystical library, understanding that such experiences could only be communicated through presence rather than words. But those who spent time with her sensed that she had access to something precious and profound, a source of peace that seemed inexhaustible. On quiet evenings, Elena would sit in her garden and feel the library existing simultaneously as a memory and a living reality within her consciousness. She could visit any chamber at will, consulting with the guides who had become permanent residents of her inner landscape, drawing upon the accumulated wisdom of ages whenever life presented her with questions that required deeper understanding, sometimes in dreams or in the liminal moments between sleeping and waking. Elena would find herself back in the library's halls. But now, she moved through them not as a seeker, but as a guide herself. She would encounter other travelers who had stumbled upon the mystical sanctuary in their search for peace. And she would offer them the same wordless blessing that had supported her own transformation. Elena understood that the library was not a place that existed in any fixed location, but a dimension of consciousness that manifested wherever the conditions were right for profound healing and awakening. Every person who achieved genuine peace became a gateway through which others could access the same transformation. Every moment of authentic presence created a chamber where wisdom could be transmitted from consciousness to consciousness. The library lived within her, and through her, it continued to serve the world's endless need for healing and understanding. Elena had become a living book in the vast collection of human wisdom, her life story serving as a map for others who sought the same recognition of their essential nature as expressions of infinite peace in her deepest moments of meditation. Elena could feel the presence of all those who had walked similar paths, the guides she had met in each chamber, the fellow seekers who had shared the journey, the countless unnamed individuals who had contributed their insights to the accumulated treasury of human wisdom. She was part of an eternal community of consciousness that transcended time and space, united by the common recognition that peace was not something to be achieved, but something to be remembered as the very ground of existence itself. The circle of return had no true ending, for it spiraled onward into ever deeper recognition and ever greater service. Elena's journey through the library had been a beginning rather than a conclusion, the first movement in a symphony of awakening that would continue to unfold throughout all the remaining chapters of her existence. As twilight deepened into night around Elena's garden, she could feel the library's gates opening once again for new seekers who carried the same longing that had brought her to that mystical threshold so many years before. The eternal work continued, consciousness discovering itself through every individual journey toward peace, love expressing itself through every heart that opened to receive the healing that was its birthright. The ancient Library of Alexandria lived on, not as a lost treasure of antiquity, but as a present reality available to any consciousness that approached it with sincere seeking and open heart. In Elena's transformed presence, in her peaceful garden, in the wordless blessing she offered to all who crossed her path, The library's eternal gifts continued to flow into a world that would never cease to need the healing wisdom that consciousness offered to itself through the mysterious alchemy of one soul, awakening to its true nature as the peace that passeth all understanding. The story was complete, but it was completing into silence, the same luminous silence that had welcomed Elena when she first crossed the library's threshold, the silence in which all seeking and finding occurred, the silence that was both the source and destination of every journey toward the recognition that we are, and have always been, the peace we seek.